Good evening. I am Cecilia Taylor, the Mayor of Menlo Park, and welcome to the City Council's March 12th special and regular City Council meeting. This is a hybrid meeting with City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating in City Council chambers. For those in virtual attendance, please note that there is a globe icon near the hand feature on your screen. This will allow you to listen to tonight's meeting in Spanish through item D1. Our interpreters this evening are Lina Gutierrez Escriban, Gabriela Zayas Alam, Maya Fonseca, Humberto Martin del Campo. Thank you all for your time and service today. I would like to introduce City Council members and staff present, Vice Mayor Drew Combs, and City Council members Maria Dorr, Betsy Nash, and Jen Willison. Staff present include City Manager Justin Murphy, Assistant City Manager Stephen Stolte, Deputy City Manager Nikki Nagaya, and City Attorney Nira Doherty, and City Clerk Judy Herron. Today, the City Council will be focused on establishing high-level goals that will help shape the development of the next fiscal year budget. This workshop will help us make strategic decisions over the next year. As a follow-up to this workshop, the City Council will consider a city work plan with more detail and specific projects. We have read all comments submitted by members of the public. Thank you for taking the time to share your top goal for Menlo Park. I know how passionate you are about our city. To ensure we have enough time to get through the annual City Council goal-setting workshop, and so that we hear from everyone, we may be limiting public comment depending on the number of speakers. After an initial presentation by our workshop facilitator and staff, we will then move to public comment. We expect that to happen around 6:30. For anyone who has joined us in person or on Zoom today to make a comment, please be very specific about your input. You can just list your top goals. For groups of individuals providing public comment in favor of a shared goal or topic, the preference would be for groups to identify a single commenter to represent the broader interest in an effort to use time efficiently. The commenter could identify the number of supporters in attendance at the meeting, and the supporters could also stand during the particular comment to show support. If you already submitted an online form, comment, or an email to the City Council, rest assured that we have read it. Online form submissions are the attachment C to today's agenda, and emails are available on the City Council's email log. City Clerk Herron, would you please provide instructions for the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. And again, echoing a welcome to our regular and special City Council meeting of March 12th. For members of the public who wish to provide comment on an item on tonight's agenda, if you are participating in person, we ask that you complete a speaker card at that back table and you can return it to me here at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, after the mayor calls for comment on the item you wish to speak on, we ask that you engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, you can press *9 at that time. And I would also like to invite anyone who is interested to apply for a Menlo Park advisory body by visiting menlopark.gov/commissions. We are recruiting for all advisory bodies through March 27th. That concludes my introductions at this time. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Does any of the City Council members wish to pull any items from consent or informational items for discussion to be heard at the end of tonight's meeting?
I would like to have a brief discussion about the minutes, but when the time is appropriate.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything? And I will just be pulling at the end of the meeting an informational item. And I believe at this time we were going to approve the consent calendar, but if you want to make your comment now, Councilmember Nash.
Mayor Taylor, we can actually continue to D1 for the goal setting.
Okay. Thank you. All right, the next item on the agenda is our special business item, which is the annual City Council Goal Setting Workshop. To introduce this item is our City Manager, Justin Murphy.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And thank you to the City Council and the community for your flexibility in holding this workshop tonight. As many of you know, it was scheduled for Saturday a couple weeks ago, and there was a need to reschedule it to today. So thank you all for your flexibility. I also want to thank the community members who've shared their top goals with the city by using the online form or emailing us, or those in attendance tonight in person or on Zoom. We value your feedback. Last year, we also held a goal-setting workshop, and we came out of the workshop with very clear, high-level goals that help describe what is important to Menlo Park, from housing to climate action to safe streets. City staff immediately got to work creating a work plan and city budget to support those goals. And we reported out on work plan progress last September and most recently in January. We will hear a brief recap of those successes later this evening. The high-level direction from the City Council tonight will be valuable to our organization as we align around the top goals. And the input tonight on our mission statement will help us communicate our purpose as a city organization. Thank you again for participating. I'll now turn it over to Steve Mermel, our workshop facilitator, to follow up on the workshop. You may remember Steve from last year as well. Mr. Mermel.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Next slide, please. Let me start, though, by introducing with me today is Mary Losi, who is with the firm of Baker Tilly, as am I. But prior to becoming consultants, we both had long careers. We won't say how long, right? We had long careers in local government, Mary in Orange County and myself in the San Gabriel Valley. And it's a real pleasure to be back here today. So our agenda for today, as the city manager mentioned, primarily is to focus on establishing priorities for next year. But this group did such a bang-up job last year, we thought there was some room for some additional discussions. So we're going to do a little ground setting by doing a refresher in good governance. We're going to talk a little bit about the procedures manual that staff is developing. Our primary focus will be on reviewing how you've done on your goals and talking about the goals for next fiscal year. And also, if time permits, we're hoping to have a discussion about community development projects and getting some direction from the council on how best to approach those, because they're all very important, but you can't do everything at once, and you'll be hearing that a lot from me this evening. And also spend some time talking about mission, vision, and values. We want to get your input on that. And of course, by participating in this type of workshop, it builds strength for the leadership team of the city. And then we'll discuss our next steps, which is in the city, it's developing your work plan. So with that, next slide, please. Some ground rules that everybody should follow. As we work through today, and this is a good group, as Mary and I go up and down the state, we run into some cities that are, maybe a little dysfunctional, but that's not the case here. So that's great. So these are easy to share with this group. So as we talk this evening, please listen to understand each other's point of view. Let's try to reach consensus. The way city councils operate is through consensus. It doesn't have to be unanimous, but you need to have a majority. Assume good intent on the part of those speaking, your colleagues, as well as members of the public. You all want the same thing. You want the best for the city of Menlo Park. Usually where things break down is people have different opinions about how to get there. If we're going in a weird direction or down a rabbit hole, please speak up. We have a piece of paper, big whiteboard over there, yellow paper. That's our bike rack. And should an issue come up that's not really germane to our discussion, but it's still important, we're going to write it on that piece of paper and it'll be dealt with in the appropriate fashion subsequent to our meeting. And please stay focused. We're going to take a few breaks throughout the evening because you don't want to hear me drone on for 4 hours straight. And so we'll try to keep it interesting. Next slide, please. I mentioned the bike rack already, but this is a cute picture. So again, it's a time management tool. It'll keep us focused if something should come up that really should be discussed in a different venue. It's not germane to our particular discussion this evening. We'll write it down because it does require follow-up in the appropriate fashion. So Mary's the fun one of the team here. So she's gonna engage you in a little icebreaker exercise to sort of loosen you up. Normally these workshops, as city manager indicated, are done on a non-council day and it's a little more informal. So this is a way to maybe get things going and flowing for the evening. So with that, let me turn it to Mary.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, just as a fun warm-up, as Steve mentioned, we're just going to ask the city council to respond to the two questions that are posed there. And you can go in any order you want. What was your first job and what did you learn or take away from that experience? And if you need a moment to think, we'll give you a quick moment. And who's ever ready, you can chime in.
Yes, sure. My first job was as a waitress for a retirement home in mid-Missouri, where I grew up. And something I learned from that experience was people just wanted to share their stories. And I got a lot of good wisdom from the people I got to serve every day. And also got a lot of tasty food to boot. So that was a lesson learned. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. My first job was a cashier at the McDonald's at Stanford Shopping Center. And what I took away from that is the customer is always right.
My first job was when I was in high school. I worked for a clothing company that no longer exists, Ruth Atkins. I was in sales there and learned how to interact with people and listen and be friendly and help people.
Gosh, I had a paper route and I worked at my mom's office, but I think my first kind of real job was at Ruby's Diner down in Southern California. I used to make milkshakes. And the lesson I learned was don't forget to put the bananas in the banana splits.
Yeah, what's a banana split without a banana? Just a split, right? I think my first, I'll go with my first official sort of job, which was as a reporter at a newspaper. And I think what I learned from that is that, persistence pays off. You'll go through a string of just calling people who won't talk to you, but finally you'll find that one guy, usually it's a guy, who will just tell you everything. And so always be persistent and just keep calling.
Great. A lot of those jobs dealing with the public. You still have that in common today. Right? Good for you. Next slide, please. Hopefully you found that fun and interesting. So a little base setting here. I'm going to talk about governance and why it's important. When we talk about governance, what we mean is the way that the city functions, the way the council works amongst itself, the way it works with the staff. And it all comes together. This slide highlights how all these things interrelate. We're doing a project for a city not that long ago, and there were people up for department head jobs, and they tuned into the council meeting, and then those two candidates suddenly disappeared. People watch what you do here. You set the tone as the council people. So all of these different things, recruitment and retention, your economic development strategy, getting things done, your results, your influence in the region, all relate to how well you govern and manage the city. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go through a few of these slides. They're a little bit redundant, but it's worth articulating it a couple of times. The teamwork concept between the manager and the council, what makes for good government. The Institute for Local Government has a publication, which I think we shared with the council, that talks about best practices in local government. And, no surprise from them, again, are pretty basic, right? Probably first and foremost is practice the no surprise rules. Justin's job is to make sure the council is not surprised by anything. And your job as council member is not to surprise Justin and his team on the floor during a council meeting, right? It's all about working together again for that common good. So here on this slide, which you have, and I won't go through each and every one of them, but it identifies some of the factors that make for good governance and solid operations. I'll go in a little bit further in some of the other slides. Next slide, please. So the next two slides are complementary with the next three. So on the positive side, these are the attributes of effective councils. Effective councils have a sense of teamwork. It's a partnership with the manager to govern the city. Everyone has a clear role and responsibility, and for the most part, stays in their lane. This is problematic in a lot of cities where people don't understand their roles or they don't respect the lanes of others, and that's when trouble can ensue. Some cities go so far as to adopt norms of behavior and codes of conduct to help guide them along. Honor the relationship with staff and one another on the council. Have effective meetings, which I know you do. Hold yourself accountable. And best practice for a council member is to avail yourself of some of the learning opportunities that ICMA and some of the other organizations offer to enhance your learning for the issues that you face in your role as really the board of directors of a municipal corporation. Next slide, please. So again, as a council member, some of the things that you can do, first of all, you can untangle those paper clips. I've been trying for weeks. Do your homework, read the council packet beforehand. If you have questions, please email the city manager before the meeting. The goal is to get you the answer. And sometimes the manager may not know it on the floor during the meeting, even though he knows an awful lot. He may need to check with staff, and they want to provide you the most accurate information possible. So please read the packet. It's noticeable in cities when council people haven't read the agendas. It's not always the best look. Grandstanding and packing the council chambers with advocates, it can at times come across as disrespectful to council colleagues because people have to vote their conscience and they have to do what they believe is best in interest of the city, and applying pressure by bringing out a crowd is not, again, honoring that relationship among council members. Understand that it takes a majority to get things done. That usually requires compromise. That's one of the beauties of the system that we have, is that we do a little horse training to work things out to get to the goals that we're all trying to achieve. And it's sad these days that you have to say it, but there's been a noticeable decline in the last few years of just decorum. And generally, none of this applies here, but be nice and be patient and be kind with one another. Be respectful of city staff. I've seen in some cities where council people really dig into staff members. And you think about it, some young staffer, this is maybe their first real professional job and they're presenting their little report. They don't have your perspective of the political dynamic. They only know the subject matter and they're trying to do their best. And when a council person rips their head off, it's not a good feeling for that poor staff person. This may be the only thing that you ever see of their work, and they're wanting to do a good job. And of course, respect the role of the manager and work through the city manager. The staff report to him with the exception of the city attorney. Next slide, please. I like this one for the bizarre reason that the negative seems to stick in people's minds more than the positive. So here's some characteristics of ineffective councils and ineffective council people. And again, these are things that I've seen other places. It doesn't mean that any of them exist here, but just generally, and it's good for the public to understand. If you don't want to be effective, the first thing to do is don't meet regularly with the city manager. You really should meet regularly with the city manager. It doesn't have to be around any specific issue, but building that relationship and that communication is key. And people are all different. Some council people are okay not talking very often. Some are fine with a text. Some need FaceTime. One of the challenges for the city manager is to find what works for each of his council people and to adjust accordingly to make sure that you have the level of communication for a productive relationship. This next one's obviously the opposite of what I read a moment ago. Don't read the agenda packet. Come in unprepared, right? The job has a lot of homework. People need to realize that. It's not just the hours you spend here during the council meetings. You get your packet every week and there's a ton of material that you have to get through. Grandstanding, attacking the staff. These are things I mentioned that are not conducive to success. One that we see in a lot of places is the failure to transition from campaigning to being a council member. People run for office and they have this big long list of the things that they are going to do. But then you get on a council and you quickly realize, hopefully you realize, one person doesn't get anything done. You need to bring along other votes. And for some council members, making that transition is difficult. And we get a lot of work that way because city managers invite us in to explain to their council members how to transition from being someone running for office to running the city. Going around the manager, going direct to staff, that always puts staff in an awkward position. The staff want to do good. And if a council person comes to them, they're going to say, yes, council member. And hopefully they'll let the manager know that they were contacted. But it's not good to put staff in that position in the first instance. You work through the manager. Manager oftentimes will come to agreements with the council about, well, if you contact a department director, sure, but just CC me, just making sure that he has the same information. Everybody's in the loop. Win-lose mindset, if you win, I lose, I got to win, so you got to lose. That's not conducive. And then just the last bullet here, not to belabor it any further, is some council members don't see themselves as part of the municipal organization. They feel that they're the one to disrupt, they're the bomb thrower. They don't realize that they're part of the leadership team that's trying to do right by the city, and it becomes obvious. So these are characteristics of ineffective council people. Typically, those are ones that don't get anything done. That's not this group. All right, now we're gonna move off of some of that base setting. Any thoughts on any of that though, before we start getting into a little bit of the meat? Anything stand out to any of the council members, the do's and the don'ts, the characteristics? I don't want to monopolize. Good. I don't suspect that much of any of that is an issue here, which is fabulous. So one of the things we want to talk about today before we get to the goal setting, because you have to have a warm up. Staff has been working on updating the council procedures manual. It's a big undertaking, but it's an important undertaking, and the staff should be commended for working on it. In our interviews with the council, one of the things that we heard was getting a little greater clarity around the issue of how to place items on the agenda. So we thought what we would do this evening is sort of take one page out of that procedures manual that's being worked on and chat with the council about it. So next slide, please. So what you see before you is what is being suggested as the process soon going forward, once this comes to you in the procedures manual, for placing items on the agenda. And so we thought we'd take a moment and just talk through it and get some feedback. And to the extent that the council has feedback, staff will make note of it and make the appropriate adjustments as they work on this draft. And so first and foremost, of course, council members making a request to agendize items. So the procedure that's outlined here is you would send an email to the city's website or to the manager with a CC to the mayor, unless you are the mayor, asking for an item. No later than 2 days before the publication of the agenda, asking for an item to be agendized. Or during a council meeting, a verbal request during the meeting for a future report at an upcoming meeting. And if so, then the item will come back and it'll appear under council initiated items. And of course, the council at that time can direct the manager to prepare a report or direct something to an advisory body or defer action. So that is the procedure that's suggested for council members asking for items on the agenda. The next item is very unique. I really don't know of any other city in California. There may be some, but I don't know of any others that allow members of the public to request items be agendized. Certainly people come to public comment and say council should do this or council should do that, but you folks go one step further. You literally allow the public to do that. That's my understanding. I see Councilmember Wilson shaking her head now.
The city council would still have to move forward with approving
Okay.
placing the item.
So this is just the public suggesting. So that public, all right, so that would remain the same. Okay. And then there's a procedure for non-agendized items. This is typically when an urgent matter comes forward. It comes to the attention after the posting of the agenda. It's urgent, it's time sensitive. There's a provision to put that on the agenda. And of course, in the case of an emergency, there's always emergency provision for virtually everything. So that's what's suggested as the process. Let me stop. City attorney's here, assistant city manager's here to answer any questions the council may have about this suggested process. How does this grab you?
So just so I'm understanding, this is not the status quo, as you understand it. This is a proposal going, because the distinction I want to have clarity on is with the status quo currently, a request has to be sort of supported by at least one other council member, generally, for it to go beyond. So getting on the agenda as like as an item, but to go into the direction of like actual staff spending time on it, it needs one additional council support. And so is that what we're talking about here? Is that the later step? Just
So this information was compiled from our current policy, and then also looking back at a previous version of the City Council Procedures Manual that had information on placing an item on the agenda. You're correct, that second step, we're not really highlighting that tonight. We're just kind of focusing on the initial process. But when we bring back the Procedures Manual for an update to the City Council in a study session later this spring, we would dive into the details a little more.
Could you explain the non-agendized items that, what's more clarity on is that the city council must make appropriate findings and that requires 4/5 vote. That's to get onto the agenda, but how does it get the 4/5 vote given the Brown Act?
So currently in our policy on placing an item on the agenda, non-agendized items, the findings include the need to consider the item rose after posting of the agenda. And there is a need to take immediate action at the meeting of the city council. And it does require the 4/5 vote at the city council itself. There's additional
At the city council
Yeah,
meeting. Thank
right.
you.
A question, if this is going to be updated in the manual, will it include more detail to clarify so members of the public understand that this is a suggestion opportunity?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm really happy that we're tackling this because it leads to confusion every time it comes up. And actually think the point that Councilmember Combs made about getting support from other council member is key to the whole thing. It's hard for me to separate that out from what we're doing. Because when I think about kind of what I'd be trying to achieve with this is really fairness. Making sure that whatever goes forward is taking into consideration the opportunity cost of staff time, and just spending any time on it is taking away from the goals that we're working so hard to work on. And then minimizing, kind of going back to what Steve was talking about of being kind to one another and respecting one another and being good teammates, is not catching your colleagues by surprise. So those to me are kind of the three components that have been challenging for me over the years of placing items on the agenda. So making sure that there's support from at least another colleague to even get to, well, I actually feel like we need to have some kind of template for putting things on agenda. I'd like to see some kind of form that the requesting council member could fill out with like just a couple sentences on what this even is. And then, so it's really streamlined. I also think tackling the use of CCIN versus the public request versus kind of a more private request. To me, if we're going to tackle this, I'd love for us to have a conversation about that. Because that's always been a little odd to me, and it's almost like this politically strategic thing that if we want to keep, then we should be intentional about it and not just keep it because that's how it's been done. So yeah, I don't know how deep you want us to get now, but those are some of the things I'm thinking about. This, to me, it's a huge fairness issue. Thanks.
I think that level of feedback is exactly what the staff was hoping to get this evening, knowing that it wouldn't be resolved today, but just as they formulate this, getting feedback from the council is helpful as they put this together, and then ultimately we'll bring it forward to you for consideration.
I just wanted to add one thing, is that making a council member making a request, I think, is helpful, because looking at our upcoming agenda items, it's possible that what they're interested in is coming anyways. and maybe it can be, could be included. So it doesn't have to come right away, but if it's on an upcoming agenda item, it's coming to the council anyways. So that's why I like, and I don't remember when we started it, how long we've been doing it, where we have upcoming agenda items listed on our council agenda on each agenda. So that was one comment. The other is, and this wasn't asked, but I like the idea of having a form because it's helpful and it can be an attachment, but also I would love to have a form for city council report outs. It'll make attending these long meetings, especially CCAG, a lot easier because we talk about so many things.
Yes, I just wanted to affirm the clarity on CCIN versus the option of city manager to mayor. In my first year on city council, that was confusing to me. And I think more clarity there of if we're keeping both, explain why, or I think directly using a form or something. So there's a standardized process for all requests might be helpful.
Oh, one more thought, sorry, and then I'll be done. Is kind of going back to this fairness thing. Having some kind of mechanism or some kind of expectation, maybe not like a rule of how many agenda items it's appropriate for a council member to request. And I'm not saying anyone here has been abusing this at all, but there could be a situation where a very ambitious council member got elected and was constantly kind of bringing up these items. And it kind of also goes back to something we were talking about a lot last year about these project requests. We have people that want a lot of things done in the city and people writing in and wanting us to address things. And so making sure that we have a clear defined pathway or transparency, or if it's a list we're working on or what the upcoming topics we're going to be discussing or progress report, so that people don't feel the need to do like anything to signal to constituents that it's clear.
And I'd like to see on the form, if we do that, what is the relationship to the priorities, the council priorities, or to regular business need?
Mayor and council, I see the staff writing feverishly, so I know that they appreciate the input on this and as they continue to refine it. So it's very helpful. Thank you for that little sojourn into that area. So now we'll start moving into our main event. Next slide, please. We're going to talk about goals and priorities, but of course we have to have a bit of a preamble. We have to do some context setting because everything does take place within the context of the resources that you have to work with. So we're going to spend a little bit of time on that. But first, let's talk about why goal setting is important. Next slide, please. So the slide, I think, says it right. You can't do everything, but you can do some things. In fact, you can do a lot of things very well if you focus on them. And successful city governments are those that have collaborative, trusting relationships between the council and the staff, select a few key goals, and we'll talk a little bit in a few minutes about the difference between a goal and a project. And respecting the ongoing work of city departments. So much of what goes on in the city are not the special projects that members of the public are asking for, even though those are important. It's things like picking up the trash and cleaning the park and patrolling the streets and running the library. That's what most city employees are hired to do day in and day out. And you'll see an illustration of that in a moment. But importantly, next slide, please. Stephen Covey, who wrote 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, came up with this concept about these big rocks. If you have a whole lot of rocks and you have a bucket and you want to get big things done, or you want to move big rocks, well, you put the big rocks in the bucket first, because those are the big things that you want to get done. And then where there's room, you put in some of the smaller rocks, some of the other projects or tasks that you're hoping to get done. If you fill it all up with all the little things, you'll never get to the big things. And of course, that's analogous to what happens in our day-to-day lives. We get very busy with the every little day interruption. Justin's probably interrupted 50 times in the day with little things that pop up. And if that's all you focus your time on, because it certainly can take all of your time, then you never take the time to deal with the big issue that's a big lift. And that's sort of an inversion of what we ought to be doing, right? We ought to be focusing on the big issues that matter for your community. But instead, you get stuck in the rut of all the little things that matter to fewer people just because that's what's in front of you all the time. And that's a problem that we all have to resist as individuals in our personal life and our work-a-day lives. So let's talk about some of the positives as we set our context. Next slide, please. Some of the accomplishments that we heard from the council members when we did the interviews was approval of the housing element. And that's a big deal in California. A lot of the cities that Mary and I work with, they're not there yet. And even when they get there, it was a bloody process just to get to that. And then, and we'll talk about this more a little bit later, that's not even the half of it. Now you implement it. But just getting agreement on getting the housing element through is a big deal. So you are to be commended for that. Filling key vacancies, as I mentioned before, I think I did. Vacancies throughout the state are really high. There's a lot of cities struggling to hire staff, and obviously it impacts the efficiency of the organization. So filling those key vacancies is a big deal for the city. We also heard about completion of park projects, completion of the protected bike lane, your zero emissions landscape ordinance, and some of the simple things, but it matters to people, returning community events in the post-COVID era. Getting back and actually seeing people in person is good for the community, and it's quite an achievement. On the flip side, next slide, please. Some of the challenges that council members mentioned, the loss of revenue, increased operating costs. Inflation affects not just our home economics, it affects the cost of city projects. As projects go up, your CIP becomes that much more expensive. It limits how many things you can do. Operating costs, employee health care, pension costs, these all impact the bottom line. Revenues in a lot of cases are flat, or in some cases, they're not what they used to be because, for instance, some technologies have changed revenue and sales tax. The way people shop has changed. Staff vacancies, turnover. In some cases, the lack of experience. All us old folks have retired and there's new people coming up and they haven't had the benefit of that experience. Court rulings that limit the city's ability to do what it really wants to do as far as climate action. I sat last evening and I read every single one of your public comments. And a lot of them dealt with the need to take climate action. I'm not sure the public realizes that in the Berkeley case, the court has said, well, cities can't require all electric for new housing construction. And so that's stymieing cities' abilities to be as aggressive as they want to be dealing with climate change. Moving to district elections is a very good way to ensure appropriate representation of everybody in the city. In some instances, the downside, though, has been a parochial view of the city, where a council member might say, well, my district this and my district that. You're elected by district, but you govern as a city as a whole. And Menlo Park is not so big that you can really slice it up into these small, little fiefdoms. So there is a concern there, and there's a recognition that that can become an issue. Also heard about the loss of affordable units, small A affordable, not a new project with with a covenant, let's say, but naturally occurring affordable units that typically are older units that sometimes get knocked down to make way for new projects. Well, those displaced individuals, where do they go? That's a real concern. And along those lines, concern about illegal evictions and housing discrimination. So we heard that. And then also just effectively managing development, both big and small at the scale of a residential home and also large projects. So we heard all these challenges from the council members. Were there any other challenges that occur to council members this evening that you don't see on the list, but they're significant enough that we should mention them this evening? Anybody? And you don't have to have one. Just, I want to make sure that create space for that. Yes, member.
Very impassioned residents who have lots of desires that are wonderful, but we can't do everything.
Yeah, increasingly we've heard that constituencies focus around, say, single issue, and they're very vocal about it, and more power to them. Hopefully, they understand that your job as council member is to balance the overall needs of the community and to allocate limited resources to address those needs. Of course, every advocate feels that their particular project is the most important, whether it's a bike lane or pickleball, and they are important. But they also have to fit into the grand scope of the city. And, people are a little pushier these days, it seems. Maybe that's part of that civility discussion is how heavily people advocate. So I think you're right on target there.
Yes, Steve. Another one would potentially be, I don't know, it was climate resilience, but the impacts of climate changing. And we had, a lot of power outages, things that are kind of out of the city's control, but that impact our residents greatly, have been increasingly a challenge. Like we also have at Caltrain electrification, we're going to have more gate closures. So that's going to be a challenge. We're going to have a lot of unhappy residents stuck at grade crossings. So things like that.
Yeah, on your first point, we're seeing a real merger of climate action and, if you will, public safety, because the conditions of the climate are causing now much more noticeable. When I was here last year, you were coming off some pretty heavy rainfalls that caused problems. And as we visit other cities, we're hearing the impact of more powerful storms. And so it's becoming very real. And that feeds into your infrastructure issues. And so that's perfect. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So again, in terms of setting context, we saw some of the accomplishments. We talked about some of the challenges. Let's talk about our resource base a little bit. I'm going to ask for the next slide, and I'm going to turn it over to Stephen and Justin to give you all the positive news on the financial outlook.
Okay, thank you. So we will review the city's financial outlook at a high level tonight. I do want to note that budget season has kicked off, so there are a number of agenda items that are forthcoming for council. For example, later this month, you will be considering adopting budget principles that you do that every year. And there are more items coming after that. Currently, the city's general fund revenues have shown recovery since the pandemic at various stages. There are two listed on the slide here tonight. They're both very important revenue sources. The first is sales tax. That is the city's third largest tax revenue source. And while it remains below pre-pandemic levels, it has for the first time shown recovery last fiscal year. So that is good news. The second revenue source listed is transient occupancy tax, hotel tax, or TOT. That is the city's second largest tax revenue, and that has fully recovered compared to pre-pandemic levels. So with that said, the city does continue to face economic uncertainty due to issues in the national economy, like inflation and interest rates. And that also affects our staffing challenges, actually, in Menlo Park and in local governments everywhere in California, really, at this time. So right now, our staff are focused on evaluating the overall structural balance between our expenditures and revenues in the general fund. We will produce an updated 5-year forecast for the council to review this spring, and that also includes a look at our reserve funds. And then we're also planning for future capital improvements. There's an upcoming item on the capital improvement program, for example, later this spring as well. Next slide, please. One of the elements of budget planning is forecasting our revenues. And I want to highlight two revenue sources this evening. The first is property taxes. This is the city's largest and stable revenue source. And property tax continues to grow. But I will say that the overall share of property tax in our general fund has declined over the last 4 years due to the rate of growth of property tax. But what I really want to point out on this slide is that Menlo Park only receives 12 cents of every dollar paid in property tax. And that's a pretty shocking statistic. On the stacked bar graph there, the area in yellow towards the bottom goes to Menlo Park. That's our 12 cents. The County of San Mateo, Menlo Park Fire Protection District, the school districts, other agencies, they all get a share of overall property tax as well. And next slide, please. The next revenue source to highlight is called Vehicle License Fee, or VLF for short. We are continuing to refine our forecasting of VLF, but we do understand that the significant impacts to VLF in recent years will continue. There is a $76 billion deficit in the state budget this year that will definitely impact VLF because the state pays us VLF. And just to show you some of the recent shortfalls in VLF funding, last fiscal year, there was a $1.8 million shortfall in what we were owed by the state. In this current fiscal year, there's a $2.8 million shortfall from what we are owed. In addition, there's a lag time for payment, so it does not typically occur in the fiscal year that it is due. And that just makes it more difficult to forecast VLF. And we also know that it's just highly uncertain in the future. So this is one of the revenue sources among all of them that we will bring back for further discussion during the budget development process for council, and we can dive a little deeper into them. But I just wanted to highlight at a high level, these are the types of trends we're seeking to refine as we develop our forecasting.
Should probably pause there and ask the council if they had any questions about the financial outlook. As Stephen indicated, staff will be bringing more detail to you at a future meeting, but we wanted to see if there are any questions this evening.
Not a question, but an appreciation. Thank you for sharing that visual about the property taxes. It is very surprising to know that only 12 cents on the dollar of property tax goes to the city. So thank you for sharing that.
Great. Well, so in addition to financial resources, another limitation are staffing resources. So next slide, please. Next. So this is a pie chart that our firm put together. It's not based on Menlo Park per se, but based on all of the years that our firm has been in business, looking at where staff spend their time. This is how it kind of breaks down, as I mentioned before, that 85% of the time is day-to-day operations. You have some staff that it's 100% of their time. You know, the librarian in the library generally spends 100% of their time staffing the library. Management, it's a little bit different. They have a little more free time. So from a management perspective, this is what we see. About 85% is just day-to-day running the city. And that's why Justin's over there. He's a busy guy and he's smiling, but it's the truth, right? And then about 5% of the things that just come up in a given day. Unforeseen circumstances. Things happen and you have to respond to them. And then there's a limited amount of time, about another 5% for new initiatives, projects and things that he wants to pursue, self-initiated. And then there's sort of the last 5% available for strategic improvements and training. You know, sometimes we show a slide that has an iceberg that has a little bit coming out of the top and a whole lot under the water. This 85% is that whole lot under the water that generally the public and council people don't often see because people take for granted that all the stuff that makes the city operate on a daily basis just happens. So it's important to keep this in mind as we think about goals, strategies to achieve those goals. Those tend to be the icing on the cake. And you got to appreciate the fact that there's still cake under all that icing. And that's where staff is spending a lot of their time. More specifically, next slide, please. This is your total complement of full-time equivalents in the city. You have 288 and a half authorized staff in your current budget, of which 179 are filled by people who are trained to do the jobs they're doing. But you also have 54 vacancies, which as a percentage, you know, it's getting there. That's more staff than you have in your community development department. You have more vacancies than you have staff in your community development department. Now, that's not a negative comment on the city. If we look at all other cities similarly situated, you'll also see a high number of vacancies. It's just a challenge that we're facing these days. And you have 47 public safety people who, of course, are focused on providing public safety services. So when it's all said and done, how many do you have available for special projects? You got 8. And it's mostly, Justin and Stephen and some analysts and some other people. So it's important to understand these numbers because this is what you have in terms of resources to go out and to pursue other projects. It doesn't mean that the staff is not making progress on the work plan that the council set for itself. In a minute, I'm going to turn it over to Stephen to give you some updates on the work plan. It's really just to share for the council's benefit and for the public's benefit. Again, financial resource limitations, staff resource limitations. This is the reality of what you have to work with. Let me pause there, see if there are any questions or comments on that. Usually that's a pretty impactful slide. Hopefully it is impactful here. So why don't I stop there? I'm going to turn it over to Stephen, who's going to give an update. Next slide, please, on some of the current goals and some of the progress on efforts to further those goals. Stephen.
Great. So I would like to call your attention to attachment A of the agenda item tonight. That is the city's work plan. And we, as Justin said earlier, we did report out on work plan progress last September and then as recently as January of this year. As a refresher, there are 61 projects across all top 5 goals of the City Council for the fiscal year, and I'm very happy to report that 22 are complete, 28 are in progress, 7 are kind of ongoing projects that will continue for multiple years, and then 4 have not started just yet. It's important to note that work plan projects are concentrated in certain departments and in order. It's Public Works, Community Development, the City Manager's Office, and then interdepartmental assignments. But I really want to note that other departments play vital roles in supporting the top goals and in just providing highly valued services in Menlo Park. There's so many examples of all of that other work that doesn't show up on the work plan. We're implementing cybersecurity measures, which are so essential these days. We're implementing the IT master plan, and we're providing core services like permitting. Last fiscal year, staff processed over 1,800 permits of various types and conducted over 10,000 building inspections, that's a very high number for Menlo Park. So, and there's so many other things to list here, but every department does play a role in supporting the top goals. I won't go project by project on the work plan. You can kind of refer to the attachment for the status updates there. But the one other thing to point out is that we do have a 5-year capital improvement plan, or CIP. This is our long-term approach for prioritizing and adding new projects for the city. The City Council approves the CIP annually. And there are so many projects included in the CIP that relate to your top goals as well. So that's another list to refer to. Some of the major projects coming to a close in the very near term are the Bellhaven Community Campus and the Willow Oaks Park Improvement Project, for example. But there are so many other projects. For example, under the umbrella of Safe Streets, there are safety projects that are designed to protect the most vulnerable road users, and they're in line with our Vision Zero action plan. Under climate action, there's so much. There's microgrids, net zero energy, efforts to prepare our own municipal buildings for electrification, EV charging, there's climate resiliency and sea level rise work associated with Safer Bay. And then finally, just under housing, just to highlight just a few here, our downtown parking lot feasibility study is included in the CIP. You will hear more about that later tonight. Renovations of 2 of the downtown parking plazas, including undergrounding utilities, are included, and just so much more. So that's another really great resource for us to refer to in terms of progress.
Mayor, I wanted to check in with you. We've been going for about an hour. I'm mindful that you have a full agenda after the special workshop, so I wanted to see if there's a desire to take maybe a 5-minute little break now.
How much more time for the next section?
I think that next appropriate place for a break would be like in about 15 minutes.
Okay, let's go for
All right.
another 15
Okay,
minutes.
great. Soldier on. Next slide, please. So I want to take a moment before I delve into this slide to talk about the difference between goals and priorities and strategies and projects. Lots of times they get used interchangeably, but for our purposes, let me explain it this way. The council is a policy-making body. The council sets the goals, sets the priority, gives direction to the staff. And it's for the staff, the city manager primarily, to identify strategies to further the goals established by the city council. So no doubt when we get to the public input section of tonight, both from the online submissions and public comment, we'll hear people speak to particular projects, which is totally appropriate and expected. But generally the way it works is the council identifies broad thematic areas, we'll call those goals or priorities, and they tell the city manager, Mr. City Manager, our goal is X. Climate action, infrastructure, financial stability, housing. The manager in turn works with his team to develop strategies that further those goals. And he brings those, of course, to the city council to say yes or no, up or down, and give him direction on them. That's how it works. And a lot of people don't always understand that. Mary and I spend a lot of time working with cities that actually build out very detailed strategic plans that take the goal, and then they take a strategy, and then they even identify the steps or the individual elements to move that forward. It's typically our 10-year horizon type documents. And maybe that's one thing that one day Menlo Park would like to do. It's the natural extension of the good work that you've been doing establishing your goals. So I want to check in, make sure, is that clear? Does everyone understand the distinction between goals, priorities, and strategies and projects? You know, for instance, your CIP that Stephen spoke about has got a whole lot of projects that further the goals in, say, the areas of, say, streets. So that's when you get down into the detail of it. Councilmember.
So just to clarify on behalf of a lot of residents who have written in or who are here tonight and care about very specific projects, what forum or how do they advance those particular asks of theirs? Because what I'm hearing from you, and as I remember from last year, that like tonight's not we can hear those tonight and staff is compiling those, but how do those get considered in terms of pipeline?
It's a variety of ways. Certainly people should continue to make their voices heard. They should send their emails to the council. They should speak to their council members. And when the council members have those meetings with the city manager, the council member says, Mr. City Manager, I'm hearing from a lot of constituents about X. So you pass it along. I mean, the way that so much of this works is the communication. And I think that's a great thing about local government. We are at the ground level with your constituents and you hear from them. And when the manager hears that a lot of people are asking about a particular topic, or he hears it from the council members, or he gets the emails, it's clear to the staff, hey, a lot of people are asking about this. Now, whether it fits with the resources, whether it's the number one priority, it has to kind of go through that triage process. It's not just who sends in the most emails and your item floats to the top, right? In some cities, that it does seem to be the system, and I would venture to say that's not a good system. That's back to the small rocks. But you socialize these issues. A lot of people are concerned about bike safety. A lot of people are concerned about climate change. And through this process of working with the manager, it's it's a little squishy, but you get there. Sorry, I don't have a more specific mechanism for you, but that seems to be the best way that it works.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to provide that for our residents to hear. Thank you.
And lots of times the things that people are asking for, it's already in the plan. Sadly, because of resource limitation, your CIP, it's a 5-year plan and it rolls every year. You add another year. These projects can take an awful long time. People don't always appreciate how long it can take to, say, get environmental clearance on a project to move something forward. I speak to friends in the city where I used to work 3 years ago, and things that we were working on for 10 years, they still haven't moved. They move glacial. It takes a lot of effort. So thank you. So here's where some goal areas in our interviews with the council members, some of them are familiar from last year and some of them are new. And in a few minutes, we're going to be asking the council to set some priority. They're all important. And just because something isn't selected as sort of the highest priority for next fiscal year's work plan doesn't mean that staff's not doing something about it. I dare to say staff's doing something about all of these. But again, in terms of managing limited resources and setting priorities, that's the exercise that you're doing today. So these were the categories that we heard: financial stability, sustainability, because without the money, you can't do anything. Emergency preparedness, we talked a moment ago how climate change and emergency preparedness are almost merging into one. We could have made a Venn diagram out of those two boxes because we're really seeing the action as a result of the climate. Activating downtown, sort of / economic development. I think it was last year we put those two together because it was recognized that from an economic development point of view, probably focusing on downtown and your downtown parking lots as a synergetic project to address economic development and probably also some housing goals was probably be top of the list in that area. Safe streets, being a city where people can walk, ride, multimodal and be safe and not have to risk their lives crossing the street. Housing, it's a big issue in almost every California community. Some want it, some don't want it. In some other cities we go, it's how do they keep the housing out. Some other cities is how do they promote the right balance of housing. Advancing equity, still a very important topic, making sure that all residents of a city benefit equally from resource allocation within a city. Supporting children and youth, that's a new one that rose to the level this year in our interviews. And addressing infrastructure needs. We're seeing in a lot of cities, infrastructure, stormwater is one that it's kind of top of the list with all the focus on water, pipes in the ground, they're over 100 years old, they're beginning to fall apart. Converting electric lines from overhead to underground for resiliency, a lot of focus on infrastructure. Before we put the council to it though, it's important that you hear from Stephen about the community input that was received in regard to priorities. So let me turn it over to Stephen and ask for the next slide.
Okay, so staff launched an online survey to gather input on community identified goals, and it was open from February 5th to 23rd last month. We received 53 online submissions as well as 3 workshop related emails to CCIN that are included in the stats here. I would say that the online survey did indicate that the top goals from the current fiscal year largely still apply for the next fiscal year. You can see the percentages on the screen. Support for one of the 5 current top goals was indicated in 113 instances across all the input received. And the survey did specifically ask if our top goals still applied for next year. Respondents were allowed to write in other ideas as well. And there were 21 additional topics received. Quiet zones received the most support among those additional topics. Since the close of our public survey, we've also been monitoring emails to CCIN. We received 27 related to goals and priorities. We've read those emails. There definitely continues to be support for climate action and safe streets and housing among the themes in those emails, but another goal has emerged related to providing athletic field space. So that's the overview of our surveying and email effort. On the next slide, I wanted to briefly highlight the results of a community survey that we conducted in November 2023 that asked respondents specifically about city service priorities. You will see that the services that receive the most support also correlate to your top city council goals like safe streets and emergency preparedness. It's maintaining streets, sidewalks, bike paths, parks, and public facilities. They were all important to residents. And then also 911 emergency response and then preparedness for things like storms, flooding, and wildfire all ranked very high in terms of importance. So I just wanted to highlight that as well. And I know we'll be taking public comment for people here in person and on Zoom next.
That's correct. Next slide. So Mayor, in formulating today, we thought, well, where do we place public comment? Some workshops is done at the beginning, some it's done at the end. Given the time of the meeting, we thought, well, why don't we place it after we recap the community survey input, since it is additional community input? I'm not sure how many public comment speakers you have, so maybe we can get a count from the clerk. Because again, depending how many there are, again, it might be an opportune time to take a little break, or if there's not that many, to hear them and then take a little break after.
It'll be great to take a break and then hear public comment. But I do have a question, and this relates to something you just shared. If we look at the goals mentioned by council members, and 5 were selected, I don't know if 5's the number, and the staff is working on the other 4 still behind the scenes, how do council members know that?
You'd know in a number of ways. One, you're going to meet regularly with the manager like you've been doing to be updated on various projects. And some of them fall into, for instance, as projects come forward in your CIP, they can be identified as to falling into one of these areas. Not to put the manager on the spot, but common practice that I used to do is agenda reports. We would indicate in the agenda report which council goal it furthered. So that's one way of communicating it. So much of what you do in the city can be identified falling under here, and it's a matter of sharing that information. But many of your operations, many of your capital projects, a lot of the work plans of the departments, and so I'm sure the city manager, assistant city manager can help tailor those communications so people can understand that the important issues are being addressed.
Thank you.
Are you going to be asking after public comment if there are new themes that we think need to be added to this, or would you want feedback now if we have thoughts about that?
How about the former? How about we do it after public comment?
Okay, great.
So with that, I think I'd turn to clerk. Do you have the mayor, you want to take a little break before public comment? Okay. How long would you like? Okay, quick 5-minute break.
All right, having our city council back at our table. Mayor Taylor, we can reconvene the meeting.
So if we can get the presentation back up and our slide for public comment, and then I would turn to the mayor and the clerk for your standard procedures for public comment.
Thank you. So Mayor Taylor, if I may call for our public comment on this item. So for members of the public who wish to provide comment on item D1, annual city goal setting workshop, if you are participating in person, please bring me a speaker card located at that back table. If you are participating virtually, now's the time to engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Thank you to those who have submitted a card and have raised their hands. This will be the final call, so we know how many speakers we have for public comment on the City Council Goal Setting Workshop. So if you are in person, please bring a speaker card to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature. If you're calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And we have 22 speakers for this item.
Ms. Herron, that includes online?
Oh, it looks like we had another one pop up online. Yes, we're looking at 23 speakers for this item. And that includes online.
Let's do 2 minutes.
Thank you. Okay. So our first speaker will be Lynn Bramlett, followed by Marcia Bramowitz.
Good evening, Council. I'm Lynn Bramlett, and I recommend you keep the same set of goals with possibly some combining. I think some of these new ones that I see here on this chart, the commissions could possibly add some to a work plan. And I'm here primarily to promote the idea of including disaster preparedness. And preparing for disasters is different from preparing for emergencies. The terms don't mean the same. And I think we've done a very good job of getting more prepared for emergencies. But a disaster would be the Hayward Fault erupts, the Maui fires here, and they would have significant, as I think you all know, financial impacts, housing displacements, et cetera. So I actually consider it a goal, somewhat like a rising tide that lifts many boats, and specifically a lot of the boats here. And we are, by the way, working with our climate change slowing groups and preparing for climate change. There's very much a natural synergy, which we're already working to promote and helping people to get ready. So anyway, I think there's a lot of opportunity here, and I hope you will continue it. But I'm just going to show you this briefly. We have meetings, I think you know, and we show this chart. It's from a sociologist. And in a disaster, there are very few catastrophes, but disasters, when they happen, you just consider the impact. And a lot of this we could work towards, we could help prevent. And I think one more year with the momentum we have would really help to solidify a lot of what's already in place. So I don't know that I need to go over all this. She's a sociologist. She written a book, the Boulder Natural Hazards Center. There is a difference. So thank you.
So our next speaker is Marcy O'Bramowitz, and I believe with donated time from Joanne Goldberg, followed by Brian Schmidt.
Thank you, and I hopefully won't need Joanne's time. But good evening, Mayor Taylor, council members, and staff. I am speaking on behalf of a multitude of residents, business owners, and managers who urge you to continue to prioritize the quieting of train horns in our city. We figured tonight would be long, and so you'd rather just hear from one speaker about the quiet zone instead of many. So this evening, I am representing numerous residents from Felton Gables, the Marquee, Park Forest, Encinal Avenue, Garwood Avenue, San Antonio Avenue, Glenwood Avenue, Mills Court, Mills Avenue, Oak Grove, Alma, Linfield Oaks, and the Classics. And I am also here representing businesses, including the Springline Complex, its restaurants, residences, and offices, and our downtown hotels, including the Stanford Park Hotel, Best Western Plus Riviera, the Hotel Lucent, Park James, and the Marriott Residence Inn. So we're saving you a lot of time. As you know, quiet train horns are highly disruptive to sleep, daytime activities, and health. And a quiet zone will stop all but the essential horn blasts. Additionally, momentum for quiet zones along our Caltrain corridor is growing. On March 1st, all of Atherton became a quiet zone. And Palo Alto is in the process of creating a quiet zone at Palo Alto Avenue. Palo Alto is now also exploring quiet zones at all of the rest of its at-grade crossings as a stopgap measure before grade separation. So speaking on behalf of our entire group, we thank you for your efforts and support to date, including this year's funding for the engineering designs for Ravenswood and for Oak Grove. As you know, safety upgrades to those two crossings will enable all of Menlo Park to become one continuous quiet zone. As you plan for the new fiscal year, we urge you to continue to prioritize quiet zone progress. The key activity for fiscal year 25 would be directing staff to explore and pursue options for funding. The sooner funding is identified and secured, the sooner construction can begin, and the sooner we can quiet the horns. Please keep the momentum going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And our next speaker will be Brian Schmidt, followed by Janet Benson.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt, Executive Director for Menlo Spark. And the city last year, the council labeled climate action one of the top 5 priorities for the city. And the public in your opinion surveys that came out put it at the top of the list for them as being a priority. And you were both right. 2023 was another record year for temperatures. Unfortunately, not a surprise. In Texas, we had these terrible wildfires that had happened recently. A reminder of what happened here in the Bay Area in 2020, where a combination of drought and heat produced fire. And the water conditions in California are basically drought and pre-drought. So it looks like maybe we're going to be in pre-drought this year, better than the alternative, but it's indicative of what's going to be happening in the future. So it is entirely appropriate to have climate action as a priority. Encourage you to keep that in all aspects of it. The 6 priorities within the climate action plan adopted by the city should be continued. I also want to very much appreciate the call out by the challenges mentioned by council members on slide 20. The court ruling limits the city's ability to take action on climate change. As an environmental lawyer, I feel that deeply. And as an environmental lawyer, I can say to you that you do have alternatives to respond to that. So I encourage you to respond to that and get back what the city had, what the gas industry is trying to take away from you and take away from the city in terms of stopping new gas construction. Not the way that was done before, but there are alternatives that can be done to do that. There's been a lot of progress that's been happened, including changing the city zoning, making it more easier for people to put in heat pumps. I was talking to a resident earlier last week who was able to benefit from that. I know city staff is under demand from other cities to find out what you did. There's great progress. Keep moving it forward. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Janet Benson, followed by Gregory Ferris.
Good evening. I'm Janet Benson. I grew up in Menlo Park. We moved here in 1953. Okay. And I don't want to dwell on the past too much, but when you're talking about rejuvenation, does that mean bring in young families, or does that mean fix up Menlo Park and make it more youthful? I don't know quite what it means. Somebody can tell me what rejuvenation is? That's what the topic was. No? Oh, well, anyway, did it say rejuvenation in Menlo Park? No answers?
So Janet, unfortunately, the city council cannot respond during public comment.
Oh, okay.
So if you want to just present the comment, and then
does
they
it
might
do-
be able to
Okay,
direct staff to
I'll just give
respond.
you my comments. Well, I grew up here. And obviously, when I was young, downtown Menlo Park, it had 3 bakeries and there were 5 movie theaters. And, it was very active. It was very youthful. It was wonderful. My parents would take me to downtown Menlo Park to buy shoes for me. Well, then Stanford Shopping came in the late 50s. And I know that took business away from downtown Menlo Park, but still, Menlo Park was still youthful. I mean, there was a record store. There were a lot of different, we have another bicycle store that's gone out of business again. We can't do that. And I don't want chain stores in downtown Menlo Park. This is ridiculous. Now, the last time I came here and spoke, I was terrified then too. It was the issue of beverages and more moving into Menlo Park. And I'd worked at Beltramos, and I certainly didn't want that to happen. Sitting next to Teresa Beltramo, it passed anyway. And then a couple of years ago, I went by the Chamber of Commerce, and I said, well, who moves into these businesses in Menlo Park? And evidently, it's one of the highest bid. That person gets the store in Menlo Park, whoever pays the most. Well, this is absurd because we're going to get more and more chain stores. I mean, charm has been lost in Menlo Park. Los Altos has a fair amount of charm. Los Gatos, wow, it's very charming. Why can't we do that in Menlo Park to draw people downtown? I'm sure I have other ideas, but I can't remember. I didn't take any notes before coming here, so this is just off the cuff. But, I don't shop. Where do I go? I go to Trader Joe's, my Wells Fargo bank, and that's about it. I don't shop down, Ace Hardware once in a while. And that's about it. There's nothing there for me. So I appreciate comments, anything. That's it. I'm due, right? I'm up. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Gregory Ferris, followed by Maya Seawald.
Hello again. I'm here to encourage you to act on the Triangle annexation. We began discussions with the city 10 years ago and submitted a formal application the following year with 80% support. This was a result of thousands of dollars of payments to the city and hundreds of hours of volunteer effort. The county has been supportive from the start. LAFCO acted promptly with what they could do on our application, but now both the county and the city and LAFCO are waiting for the city to act. In location, the Triangle is already part of the city. We abut the city on 3 sides. There's even an odd situation where just jurisdiction changes in the middle of the block, and law enforcement isn't sure which is which is more worrisome now because there's a lot of robberies in our areas. And I think I've recounted in the past that the sheriff's office has not been very responsive to unlawful acts in our area. Being part of the city has many advantages, including better tree protection, better access to city programs, better local representation, better local law enforcement, better coordination of development, better coordination of traffic, and better coordination of pedestrian and bicycle safety. The city is not served by the current situation. I did a calculation, even allocating the 12 cents per dollar, about $1 million of revenue has been lost to the city of property taxes. There's numerous areas that safer streets have been blocked. I mentioned in the past, La Entrada, the sidewalks stopped at 1 block because the other block was in the Triangle. Santa Cruz Avenue has this bizarre 30-mile-an-hour on 2 blocks only. It's 2.5 miles long. And that's because it's partly in the Triangle. The county wanted to improve bicycle safety. They cited the mixed jurisdiction as specifically a reason not to act. So we've been waiting. And I'd also mentioned Stanford leapfrogged us in 2017, got approval almost overnight. We've been waiting for year after year, after year after year, after year after year after year after year after year, 9 years in total. Let's do it in 2024. Thank you.
Next speaker is Maya Seawald, followed by Dorothy Dickey.
Good evening, Council. I was here 2 weeks ago at your meeting, and I know you're going to discuss the LPR readers tonight. And I just want to say, in your goal setting, the primary goal should be the safety and well-being of the residents and their property. In my opinion, since I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, there has been yet another break-in in Sharon Heights on Crest. I heard from my husband last night that there was evidently a smash through and grab at the Big Five where air guns were stolen. So as your primary goal, I would encourage you to think about how you can better keep your residences and your businesses safe. Thank you.
Next is Dorothy Diggy, followed by Catherine Dumont.
Hello, I'm Dorothy Dickey. I'm also a resident of Sharon Heights. And thank you, Mayor Taylor and members of the council for allowing us to comment tonight on the city's goals. I have been counsel to public agencies in the past and really support the long-range view that the council is giving toward what its goals should be regarding all the many competing objectives. But for tonight, I want to talk to you about public safety. I live in a neighborhood that has seen an incredible uptick in burglaries. Residents of my neighborhood, some of them are afraid to leave their houses. They're afraid to go support city businesses by going out to dinner or by taking a weekend trip because they're afraid their house is going to be burglarized. That's not a great way to live. The police have increased their patrols in our area, and I will say the residents really appreciate that, but it's still not enough. The burglaries are still happening. So I urge the city to prioritize public safety, fund the police to do whatever they need, whatever tools they need to address the situation. I personally feel that 2 goals are really important. One is to fund automated license plate readers. Menlo Park is one of the few jurisdictions in the surrounding area that don't already have them. So not having them is a little bit like putting out a sign and saying, come to Menlo Park if you want to burglar a house and not have anyone know your license plate. The other thing I would suggest is that the city place a long-term goal on decreasing police response times in all areas of the city. The city has a disparate geography, so that some areas of the city takes longer to get there. So my time is up, but I thank you very much.
Next speaker is Catherine Dumont, followed by Adina Levin.
Hi, good evening. I'm Catherine Dumont. I live in District 3. I'm a member of Menlo Together. And I want to say how proud I am to live in a city that has a state-approved housing element. So yay, good job. Yet it's painfully obvious also that while we live in a city that has a lot of wealth and prosperity, we are also looking as a renter, I'm looking at, average monthly rents and the incomes needed as cited in a recent article about Menlo Park, 166K is needed here. So I'd love to see the city prioritize implementation of the housing element. I think that prioritizing the affordable housing on the city-owned lots and implementing tenant protections, just cause for eviction, rental registry, right to legal counsel. And I think that just in thinking about the bigger picture, that housing is such a fundamental need for everyone, that the impact on our society as a whole and our economic well-being, the equity in our community, kind of all comes down to where people live and if they can live here and if they can live near where they work. Thank you.
Next is Adina Levin, followed by J.P. Renaud.
Good evening, City Council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. Also member of Menlo Together, which supports a city that is equitable and sustainable and multi-generational and diverse, and wanted to build on the previous speaker in terms of supporting the implementation of the housing element. That was such a major milestone. We put in so much work on the plan, and now it's time to move on to the implementation, so that people in our city, current people and potential, new people of various different ages and incomes can live in our city. Speaking of the theme of implementation, a number of years ago, we completed a transportation master plan, and the safe streets were part of the city's priorities previously, and we would love to see that continue. And one of the aspects of that continuation is relating to a plan that the city is still in the process of developing, which is the environmental justice and safety element. I saw in the report that climate was, very high in terms of what people were writing in. I don't know if that lumped in people who are writing in about environmental justice. This is something where hundreds of community members have been participating in that planning process, and it was kind of queued up behind the housing element. And so it is a hope that the city prioritizes getting that completed and moving that forward, and then moving that into implementation, which includes climate resilience, tree canopy, street safety, and under the communities. On economic development, please also focus on the Bayfront area, which was in our general plan, Connect Menlo, but that has been really lagging behind, and the financial sustainability in order to deliver on the implementations of all these goals. Thank you.
Next speaker is JP Renaud, followed by Jeff Schmidt.
Good evening. My name is JP Renaud, and I'm the new Executive Director of Canopy. I've been here for 7 months. For those of you who don't know Canopy, it's an urban forestry nonprofit that works closely with communities to bring trees and their wonderful benefits where they're most needed. Last week, President Biden at the State of the Union talked about a climate crisis. He moved away from talking about preparing for climate change and talking about climate crisis, which tells us that it's here, it's happened, preparing is out the window. So I want to thank you and congratulate you for making sure that climate action is part of a priority for your budget, and particularly making sure that the Urban Forest Master Plan is a key component of that priority. Canopy is working closely with community leaders to ensure that there's a strong document that is meaningful and that brings tree equity to this community. So we look forward to working closely with you and this community in the future. And thank you again for making climate action such a priority.
Next speaker is Jeff Schmidt, followed by Dashiell Leeds.
Mayor Taylor, City Council, City Staff, good to see you again. Thanks for the opportunity to comment. My name is Jeff Schmidt. I'm the Vice Chair of the Environmental Quality Commission, but am speaking today as a private citizen and a thankful partner to Canopy as well. Climate action is obviously something that a lot of us care about. It's reflected in the priorities of the city. Thank you for making that a priority in your work as well. I just want to relay some really good news. With the Urban Forest Master Plan, there's been a community coalition that's been working pretty hard on that in the background. And it's some members in the room here, but we've been really preparing for a grant that we had talked about in the last budgeting cycle around CAL FIRE. So the great news is CAL FIRE just issued their guidelines. So that team is now mobilizing. They're working to write that grant, organize resources. And the good news is the $250,000 that you invested in the last budget cycle, we're working to get that utilized, but then that can transform into probably close to $1 million for the city coming in from CAL FIRE. We reviewed a preliminary document with the state, and we're in a really good position to get that. So the reason for me really coming in front of you is to say thank you for your support. You've got a team behind the city helping to get that done. We're getting pretty close. The deadline is May, so it feels like we got a little bit of time, but not that much. We're going to help write that grant. We're going to help rally the resources, and really get more trees in the ground with a focus on Bellhaven. That is our priority, but all across the city. So just want to say thank you, give you a quick progress update and say, please keep climate action as one of your top priorities. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Dashiell Leeds, followed by Susan Hinton.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. I'm also representing the Sierra Club's Bay Alive campaign. We're glad to see that climate change received the largest amount of community support on the survey, and it's for good reason, as climate change mitigation is critically important with the limited amount of time we have as a society to reduce our emissions. As Menlo Park tackles mitigation, it should also tackle adaptation and resilience. The Bellhaven neighborhood and Bedwell Bayfront Park are both on the shoreline. And with sea level rise approaching, resilience for communities in the front line are essential. Ecosystem protection needs to be part of the solution because of the climate and pollution mitigating ecosystem services provided by wetlands. It's vital that we preserve our diminishing shoreline, natural open space, like Bedwell Bayfront Park, to preserve the ecology needed to sustain the globally important biodiversity of shoreline habitat. In addition to adding resilience to the climate action goal, Menlo Park could demonstrate its understanding of the disproportionate sea level rise impacts that Bellhaven could face, as well as the value of the city's ecological assets. We do hope you preserve the language from the mission statement, which reads, formulating sound environmental policies. And there are some words we believe are missing from the vision statement and values categories. These words would be resilience and biodiversity. We hope that the mission statement and vision statement and values reflect the need for resilience and biodiversity, as well as climate action at Menlo Park. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Susan Hinton, followed by Jeremy Levine.
Good evening. I'm Susan Hinton, and I'm here as a member of the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter's Plastic Pollution Prevention Committee. Earth Day 2024 has a theme of planet versus plastic. Reducing plastic pollution should be part of every climate action plan. My comments are not about Earth Day, but the theme of planet versus plastic is relevant. To reduce pollution, we need to stop producing unnecessary plastic. Today, the unnecessary plastic I will talk about is artificial turf. Real plants, including natural grass, in settings considered functional by California, have been deployed for thousands of years, making plastic plants unnecessary. Artificial turf, like all plastics, is a plastic petroleum product, polluting our air and water. Unlike plants, artificial turf is a hardscape, like concrete. It cuts off air and light from the soil and does not sequester carbon. Plastic and sunlight heats up, causing heat islands that can be seen from space and causing our kids to overheat. As it wears, artificial turf sheds plastic pieces that are blown or washed into storm drains. In the San Francisco Bay areas, these bits wash into creeks, which flow into the bay, harming marine life. Also, micro and nanoplastics must be filtered from drinking water. Artificial turf cannot be sustainably recycled, making it incompatible with the idea of zero waste. This week, the Center for Environmental Health sent legal notices to Home Depots and Lowe's for selling artificial turf with PFAS, a forever chemical known to cause health harms. I urge Menlo Park to join the cities of Millbrae and San Marino by agendizing an ordinance or temporary moratorium banning the use of artificial turf and unnecessary plastic in the city. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jeremy Levine, followed by Andrew Barnes.
Good evening, City Council members, staff. Thank you for your time this evening. So many important issues to talk about, and conveniently, one issue sits at the intersection of several others. Housing is both an issue in its own right in terms of affordability and making sure that all kinds of people can afford to live in Menlo Park, but it's also a sustainability issue. More housing, more walkable communities, is one of the key ways that communities like Menlo Park can support more sustainable forms of living. More housing in downtowns is one of the main way that Menlo Park can promote environmental resiliency. One of the main ways that you can keep people living in the climate-friendly Bay Area instead of being priced out to places like Phoenix or Florida. And you have a really cool policy vehicle to promote housing, your housing element, which includes a number of policies that are supposed to be implemented in 2024, such as a plan to develop housing on Menlo Park city-owned parking lots downtown, as well as a plan to implement tenant protections that can help existing residents stay housed. So I hope that the council will reaffirm the goals that are already included in your housing element by emphasizing how important those are during today's meeting. Thank you so much for your time.
Our next speaker is Andrew Barnes, followed by Jenny Michelle.
Hi there. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Andrew Barnes. I live in the Willows. I am on the city's planning commission, but my comments tonight are unrelated to that. I want to touch on three of the broad thematic areas which were referenced earlier: safe streets, support for children and youth, and addressing infrastructure needs. And within that context, I think there's two items which really need prioritization in our city. One is access to recreational sports fields for the support of the physical and mental health of our youth and young adults. Menlo Park lags far behind Palo Alto in the access to regulation sports fields per capita. And this is for programmed activities, be it for soccer, lacrosse, flag football on teams, or for unprogrammed activities, moms, dads, friends, daughters, sons getting out and getting some fresh air. Importantly, we need all-weather, year-round fields with turf, and initiatives related to this should be the dedication of a regulation-sized sports field at the to-be-developed SRI campus, and the consideration of lights for evening sports activity at Burgess Park. The second item that I have is related to safety for the Willows, related to the safety for youth and young adults coming in and out of the Willows neighborhood, and specifically the Willow Middlefield Woodland intersection. This is a hazardous group of intersections. It creates conflicts for our children coming and going. This is bike pedestrian, vehicular conflicts. 2024 needs to be the year that this gets worked on. I know that there was the initial introduction of the Middlefield Road Safe Streets. I would ask that city staff be directed to devote resources to the study and then the implementation of the projects which are needed in our relation to the Transportation Master Plan, which was previously approved. And if we can double back on that and get those implemented for this intersection, it's going to talk to the broad themes of youth and young adults, safety, and infrastructure for our community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker will be Jenny Michelle, followed by Naomi Goodman. Jenny, it looks like you may have lowered your hand. So if you are interested in providing a comment on the goal setting, perfect. Jenny Michelle.
Sorry about that. Dear Dias staff, thank you for your work. I'm Jenny Michelle, D3 resident, personal comments. In February, Exxon declared they have done enough. It's time for civilians to pay. Then JP Morgan and BlackRock pulled out of the UN Climate Coalition. And yet climate collapse is intensifying, the doomsday glacier is failing, and climate scientist Bill McGuire stated that 4.6 billion years ago, the planet may have sustained a heating element like ours, but never so rapidly. So in line with the city's mission to provide residents current and future needs, it's easy to see the annual priorities. 1, we must address the drivers of climate collapse with climate action to protect public health, including moving away from methane and vehicle dependency, enhancing safe streets, preparing for forecasted disasters, and urban forestry. 2, all things housing production protections, zoning to be in compliance with the new state laws and our housing element. 3, protect our vulnerable residents from displacement and compounding hardships. The environmental justice and safety elements will address many of these priorities in 2024. I'd suggest adding, similar to Paris and Amsterdam, a beefy bike and pedestrian element in our transportation master plan. Note, the quiet zone can be nested under the safe streets, correct? Note, I witnessed and heard the 4 electric trains on Saturday. They're like butter, y'all. Immediately providing relief in September, only 6 months from now. Grade separation should be a long-term background priority like Belmont and San Carlos. And lastly, the burglary in resource neighborhoods can also be addressed by way of the environmental justice and safety element. Upzoning in those neighborhoods will also help reduce crime because of economic integration is a proven remedy. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Naomi Goodman, followed by Amar.
Thank you. My name is Naomi Goodman. I'm a resident of the Willows neighborhood. My comment addresses a concern already expressed by Councilmember Willison and several public speakers. I support the climate action priority, but I would like to see it broadened to climate action and environmental resilience. Even in the best case of emissions reduction, temperatures will continue to rise for decades and affect residents and the environment. We are already experiencing more frequent heat waves, intense storms, wildfires, and loss of wildlife populations. We can't control these events, but we can develop strategies to mitigate them at the local level. I understand that climate resiliency is an element of the 5-year capital improvement plan, but I believe that environmental adaptation needs to be made an explicit city priority to assist in long-range planning. Projects that would fit under this broader definition include preserving the urban canopy, planting for fire resilience, adaptive management of wildlife refuges and parks, and wildlife-friendly environmental policies, such as dark skies. Let's not overlook the need for local action in an effort to solve global problems. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Amar, followed by Tonya Lech.
Hi, my name is Amar Morgan, and I'm a resident of the Willows. And I want to thank the City Council for allowing me the opportunity to comment on the 2024 goals. I want to echo Andrew Barnes' comment about emphasizing our Safe Streets initiative and really applaud the City Council for all the efforts already undertaken in that regard. I think the Middlefield pilot project has been very successful. I think the crossing that we've put on Middlefield and Linfield has also been successful in helping students get to school and avert unnecessary risk for our kids as they go to school and activities. The intersection of Middlefield and Willow, I think many of us have experienced it, even if you don't live in the Willows, it is quite problematic, particularly in the afternoons. You have cars that don't follow the signaling, they don't stop for pedestrians, there's cars that are constantly blocking the intersection. We have a similar situation at Woodland in Middlefield as well. And so I would really urge the City Council and city staff to remediate this issue along with some of the other problematic intersections that we have throughout the city in an effort to not only protect our kids and the safety of other residents, but also encourage more biking, more pedestrian travel throughout the city. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Tonya Lech, followed by Christy Peets.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor and the city council members. My name is Tanya Lutch and I'm a resident of the Sharon Heights neighborhood. I appreciate all you do for Menlo Park. I'll start by saying that. I am here to echo the sentiments of those who have spoken before me regarding a very sharp and never seen before rise in home burglaries in the Sharon Heights neighborhood of Menlo Park. We've had about a total of 16 home burglaries in about a 6-week period, which is unprecedented. We had a neighborhood meeting where about 100 of our fellow neighbors came out and spoke about their concern. Upon hearing about people's stories of kind of when these break-ins occurred, the time of day, some people were out for only 30 minutes and their home was broken into. They had only left for 30 minutes and come back. So it's clear from these stories, and the police chiefs agree, that the neighborhood is being cased. It's not a lot of these don't seem to be crimes of just, I walk and see a window open and I'm going to go in. This is clearly casing. And I feel very strongly that we need automated license plate readers. This has been a recommendation not only by us as residents, but by our Menlo Park Police Department. I feel that we need to listen to what our police department is asking us to do, and I would greatly appreciate you understanding the severity of this problem. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christy Keats, followed by Katie Baruzzi.
Hello, this is Christy Peets, and I am a resident of the Linfield Oaks neighborhood of Menlo Park. I wanted to advocate for a real focus on the quality of life issues as we implement the housing element, and focusing specifically on recreational space and bike safety. So I wear a couple of different hats in the community, but I'm speaking for myself. I'm the president of the Menlo Atherton Women's Soccer League, which has been in place since 1979 here with women's soccer for women over age 26. And I'm also the Safe Routes to School coordinator for formerly for Encinal and now for Hillview. So one thing that I observe with all of the talk about adding tons of housing units is that I do wonder about how much more traffic that's going to add and what the quality of life will be for the residents of especially of Linfield Oaks, with 2 big housing projects on either side. And I do agree with all of the density, like that we do need to add units, but I do want to consider what the traffic implications will be. And in connection with that, how can we make our roads safer for bikers so that everybody who's living here feels that the infrastructure is safe enough that they can bike? So with the additional housing units, I would also really like to echo those who say, can we put in more field space, especially like in the new SRI space? One anecdote that I have is that when Kelly Field was supposed to be closing for remodeling this winter, our league was unable to secure any other space in Palo Alto or surrounding communities for our league. And we actually had planned a shutdown until it was found that Kelly is not closing until the summer. So there's just no available capacity for turf fields in the evening. And so I want that to be a priority. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Next is Katie Baruzzi, followed by Pam Jones.
Hi, this is
Sorry about that, Katie. Try again.
Hi, this is Katie Baruzzi. I serve on the Complete Streets Commission, but am speaking for myself. And I just wanted to echo so many of the comments supporting climate action and continuing our progress with the housing element, particularly looking to preventing displacement and with tools like rental registries and considering how bold and beautiful we can go with developing new affordable housing in our downtown spaces. I was also really gratified as a Complete Streets Commissioner, but again, speaking privately, and a parent, to see so much support for safety improvements for cyclists and pedestrians. We've had some really horrible tragedies affecting people in our surrounding communities recently. Palo Alto, in Atherton, and Redwood City, and San Mateo. And I would like to see, as I know so many children and parents and seniors are getting out and exercising to get around, I would like to see us continue the commitment to safe streets and looking in particular at places where we have high accident rates. Complete Streets Commission has been looking at our local road improvement plan, and I hope that City Council will work aggressively with staff to implement it. Thank you so much for your service.
Our next speaker is Pam Jones, followed by Randy Avalos.
Good evening. Just a couple short suggestions here. One way of keeping people housed is having a strong anti-displacement policy. Second thing is to inventory the number of apartments at a biannual for their vacancy rate. We may in fact have plenty of places here to house residents, but not at an affordable rate. Work with residents to identify items that can be funded within this next year for the environmental justice and safety elements. And we also need to think in terms of there's going to be somewhere around 500 new apartments that are going to be open within the next year, and they have nothing over there. So make an investment in the infrastructure for residents all throughout the community. Thank you.
And next is Randy Avalos.
Good evening, Randy Avalos, District 5. And I just want to, I agree with Ms. Jones greatly. On that note too, with increased housing densities, it's good to have a greater focus on parks, natural habitats, and open spaces. Should be part of that housing scope and consideration. And then regarding, District 5 and Sharon, it's a terrible feeling to be robbed. I know that all too well, or have friends and neighbors robbed. But in context, automated license plate readers are a small pebble with a much larger boulder of data governance security behind it, which is complex and big. And unfortunately, as the data shows, APLRs are just not effective at preventing crime. Atherton has a dragnet of APLRs, and they were hit by the same type of smash and grabs. They're just unfortunately not effective. So these mass surveillance systems, they're pretty good at recovering cars, but not preventing theft. They provide a false sense of security with large, long-term, and long-tail risks. It is disheartening to hear my neighbors who are hurt and afraid being sold on a system that hasn't proven to be effective and that has a system with high and long-term societal costs. So there's a much larger framework within that. Thank you. Have a good night.
And that concludes our speaker cards as well as our raised hands. With that, we can return to the tables.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. If we could go back to the presentation and then jump back 3 slides. And jump back a little bit to the slide with the goals on it. Should be 2 more back. There we go. So before we heard from public comment, Councilmember Willison had asked if we could take a moment and look at these and have a quick discussion about, is there any goals, any goal areas that weren't mentioned during our interviews that should be part of our discussion this evening. In a few minutes, we're going to turn you loose and give you some dots like we did last year. And you're going to go through a voting exercise and we'll see how it shakes out in terms of priority setting. But let's take a moment. These are very broad areas, but are we missing any area? Anything that we heard from the public, anything that you had considered before this evening? So let's stop and check in with the council.
Yeah, first I just want to thank all of the commenters for speaking up. And I was trying to think of what I'm hearing and how to echo that back. Not every pebble is going to fall in these themes that I'm going to speak back to you all. So that doesn't mean that those individual projects don't matter at all. And they all matter. So some of the things I heard, and I'm saying this not to indicate my support of it being one of our top goals, but just to make people feel heard, is public safety would be an additional one. Something, I don't know if it would be an emphasis on environmental justice or climate adaptation or climate resilience, something related to kind of another side of climate or environmental justice. And then kind of the third one would be, and this is by no means the proper wording, but kind of like recreation and I don't know if it's quality of life or peace, but some kind of acknowledgement of yeah, maybe it's quality of life, or again, it's not that it doesn't matter if we don't pick it. So these are all quality of life, but kind of trying to incorporate the fields and the quiet zone and kind of some of these things that just make day-to-day life more pleasant for folks.
Right. Sometimes that's under the banner of public amenities, although quiet zone's not an amenity, but it could be public amenities, quality of life. And certainly, you know, the goal areas, they're broad. And one nice thing about this type of a process, it's conducive to refinement. So as has been suggested, and we've heard from a number of speakers, climate action could easily be modified to represent something different. It could be resiliency, it could be environmental justice, can all fit under the heading of climate action. What I think the best way to approach it, what's been successful for Mary and I in the past, is we go through the exercise of asking to set some priority. And then if there needs to be some refinement on what the goal area means, we do it then, but we don't spend our time on items that sort of don't rate relative to others. That's the most efficient use of time. So I think certainly it would be appropriate to probably add public safety to our list, because as a category, that kind of stands out. And again, to some degree, all of these do blend. You could easily say that addressing climate action and resiliency blends itself into public safety, keeping the public safe, obviously, from natural disaster. But I think in most contexts, when people think of public safety, they're thinking about policing, low crime, having opportunities for youth to prevent them from getting into trouble. So that's a broad brush. So I'm going to go ahead and put that one on there. I think as it relates to climate justice and environmental justice and infrastructure, resiliency, I think that one, there might be room under climate action to modify that. And if the council's comfortable with it, I would probably add a quality of life, public amenities category for the sake of our discussion. I see heads nodding, so I'm gonna go do those two right now.
While those are being added, if someone could sort of explain to me what principally support for children and youth means, like at the core, what does, I know these things can all blend, but what is exclusively in that bucket? It'd be great if someone could help me out with that one.
I can answer it, but I might ask, it might be more appropriate for if a member of the council wanted to articulate. These are what we heard from the council in our interviews. I can tell you what I think what it means, but it might be more illustrative if members of the council might share what it means to them, because sometimes these things mean slightly different things to people. So let me first ask the council, does anybody want to articulate what they view as support for children and youth? Otherwise, I'm happy to do. Mayor?
I see it, actually, it's actually pretty huge, because I believe that the social health determinants for our youth is rooted in education, space, their quality of life. And for me, that means trying to improve it. If we are going to look at it from an adult perspective, I'm looking at it from our youth's perspective. And that can be something as simple as, and we had this conversation when pickleball came up. Did we ask the youth how they wanted to use that space? And the answer was no. And so when we are looking at supporting our youth, it's putting them first when we make decisions. That's kind of, I guess as staff say, high level.
So are you speaking about process more than policy or programs?
Yeah, a theme. I believe Redwood City made youth a priority last year. And so a lot of the activities that they did was a youth focus. And so I wasn't sure if we needed to make it a priority for it to be a goal for the city. And so that's kind of the lens that I'm using. And just to go back to public safety and going back to our mission statement, there is mention of public safety in there, but I also think that not just as a priority, as a goal as a city, but I think foundation, it's safety for everyone and not just an area because there's an uptick, but making sure that we don't have an uptick, so to speak, preventative measures.
And we'll get to mission and vision and values soon, but Mary, you're absolutely right. I think fundamentally public safety is one of the sort of base obligations or roles of local government. I think in a lot of cases it goes without stating it because it's understood that's one of the primary functions of local government.
So if there's no objection, I want to sort of make sure or highlight that within support for children and youth, we would include sort of, providing resources and infrastructure that are directed towards young people and children in our community. And this is something of which, to the extent to which these goals or priorities are things that are being worked on and things that I would sort of actually see coming into this is things like, reactivating some of our programs that were geared towards youth, the new play structures that are being constructed in Burgess Park and Willow Oaks Park and as part of a complete redesign. And so I would just want to say that I would see those things as fitting in here. If someone objects, then let me know. But yeah, and again, I think that can work in tandem with what the mayor was saying. But I do see those sort of concrete deliverables as things that sort of reinforce the city's support for children and young people.
I think that clarification is helpful. So now we start to get to the fun part of the evening, although it's been fun. So I'm going to ask Mary to hand out a sheet. Now you're getting 9 dots because you're going to need 5 of them for later. So I'm going to trust you on this, right? Remember early on in our presentation, we talked about trust. I'm going to trust that you're only going to use 4. Now, last year, you also only got 4, but we ended up with 5 goals because we need to see how kind of the voting shakes out. So just like last year, you can't tear them in half. You can't, cut them into quarters.
What about bullet voting? Bullet voting.
I'm sorry, I'm not voting.
Bullet voting, where you just vote for one. You have many options, but you just.
Oh, you can't do that. No. Yeah. Thank you for that. I thought you pointed a gun at me and you can do whatever you want. No, 1 dot per goal area. And we'll cue the Jeopardy music and we'll ask the council take a few minutes, and we have our areas here. I did add public safety and quality of life, public amenities to the list. So I'm going to ask you to take a couple minutes and affix no more than 4 dots to 4 of the priority areas, and we'll see how it all shakes out on the other side
What are the other 5 for?
later in the evening.
But why are we only getting 4 if we got 5 last year?
No, you got 4. I checked.
Well,
it.
I
You
know,
got
but,
4,
but,
we ended
but
with
now
5
we
goals.
have 5, so the anchor is 5 to start.
Well, if you blow them all now, then you won't get to vote on mission, vision, and values. But no, last year you got 4 dots, but we ended up with 5 goals because that's how it shook out. It's the way government works, right? Trust the process. And the colors do not matter, and they don't symbolize anything. In some cities, we have to give them all the same color because that's how touchy they are. It's not roulette. You can't bet on 2 numbers by splitting your dot. So is that top one under fiscal sustainability or emergency preparedness?
Everyone did their part?
So I'm going to guess that red dot on the top is for emergency preparedness, is it? Or is it for fiscal sustainability? I'm not sure. But
I don't know.
okay. It's a wobbler. That's okay. Well, we'll put it this way. If you want it to count for something, emergency preparedness, which obviously, again, these all interrelate in some respects. You know, it's like that other governance chart I showed you, that Venn diagram where they all kind of blur together. So looking at it, emergency preparedness received 4 votes. Climate action received 4. So those are kind of the top 2. And, you know, we heard a lot of that from our public commenters. Fiscal sustainability didn't get any votes, but obviously there's recognition and the staff is cognizant of the need to balance the budget. And so one way or the other, staff's going to address that. Activating downtown and economic development received 1, I dare say, because that's already moving forward and staff is working on RFP for your parking lots. Safe streets received 3, housing received 3, so also very high priorities there. Advancing equity did not get a vote here, and support for children and youth got 2, public safety 1, and quality of life and public amenities got 2. Let me ask the council, did that shake out about what you thought? Any surprises? So
I mean, this is where like the foundational things like public safety, financial sustainability, like things like these have to happen. So like, it's hard to imagine that they're, to me, they're unspoken priorities. Sorry.
Well, to some degree, you know, again, you know, I was trying to sort of allude to that it doesn't mean that you don't care about fiscal sustainability. Certainly you do, because you have to have your budget to be able to further any of these priorities. If I saw 4 or 5 dots in fiscal sustainability, that would tell me, okay, city council is probably ready to consider maybe a ballot measure, for revenue enhancement or something, right? Or maybe there's some really serious budget things coming your way. It seems like in terms of staff's energies, you want to continue to focus, and even more, we heard about not just preparing for emergencies, building that a little more robust and making that about resiliency and addressing disaster that we heard. And that fits into your climate action plan. So let me ask the staff, is this clear? Or is there a need for some clarification from the council at sort of that 40,000 foot level about where these priorities fall?
Yes, I can take the first stab. I'd say it definitely provides clarity. I think the thing that might be helpful moving forward, though, is revisiting some of those foundational items as well. And we could do that through the budget process and things like that, just to make sure that there's common understanding about those foundational items. But in terms of the overall goals and themes, yes, that's helpful for me, and I'm happy to turn to others from staff for feedback as well.
It looks like there's a clear top four to me. So, yeah, it's clear to me.
But I think what we heard a little bit tonight is, maybe a year ago, the definition of each one of those items might have been a little bit different than if we were to define them tonight. Probably a little broader now, but also probably built on the success that you've made in those areas. It's time to go a little bit further. So I think it's instructive to hear the comments from the council, and as the staff develops the work plan, maybe items that previously wouldn't have been under one of these, there's now a connection, a real direct connection. So I think that broadens the horizon there. I think that's great. Any other comments from the council on? I know it's an exercise, most council people, they love it and they hate it because, again, you want to do everything, you can't do it all. So establishing some priorities is very important.
Yes, I have two things to comment here. One, there are some really foundational things here that I did not put dots next to because they are so critical and foundational. And also noting that I'm eager to have us either in this context or in the next section, talk about what we mean by these sections. So we heard from a public commenter, are we also looking at disaster and emergency preparedness? Looking at climate action, are we talking about emissions reductions as well as some really critical resilience efforts? And so trying to make sure that we're clear internally and with the public about where we see our priorities amongst these topic areas.
Well, in a minute, you're going to delve directly into one of them. And I think for the others, again, as the staff builds out the work plan, that's the considerations that as they identify the strategies to address these, it's exactly those questions that you raised that they'll need to consider and then have subsequent discussions with the council on. So it's great. That's the first of our big topics for the evening. Councilmember, did you have a comment?
So I'm actually surprised that Housing and Safe Streets got 3 versus 4 for emergency preparedness and climate action. Does that mean anything in this?
In this exercise, no, because you've identified 4 really top priority areas. So the fact that say Safe Streets and Housing got 3 and the other 2 got 4, it doesn't take anything away from them. What's key is that you've identified 4 major goal/priority areas. And then the staff understands that as they build out their work plan, that's a focus for next fiscal year.
And then I guess the other piece of it is the economic development and activating downtown, which we had 4 stickers, and that may have played into, certainly it did for me, in not being able to put us, not getting more stickers there. What does that mean as far as what you're doing right now? And does that change your focus at all? And you may not be able to say anything, expand on that right now, but just does that change your focus, and does that need more discussion by council at any point?
Potentially, but you will hear later about some projects relating to downtown, so that might give you a better picture of some of the big items.
Thank you. And I assume that the parking plazas with the housing will certainly play into what's going on downtown.
Right.
as well.
That's actually the big one I'm talking
Okay.
about. So,
Thank you.
You know, I did want to point out that I appreciate that we can sort of say some things are foundational, but if you're like part of that foundational group, or if that's a priority for you, then to not have it called out does have value. Like, right? And so, like, if you're public safety, if that's part of the service that you deliver to the city, and you see that it got one vote, then that does send some signal, like, right? And I don't think you get to sort of write it off as saying that, like, well, that's foundational, because some things that are foundational still get highlighted. And again, I would say like something, and we can say that like how it's described or what it means has changed. But if I look at something like climate action, I mean, that's something we've made a lot of progress towards, like, right? And so the idea that it's still a priority, I think, says something, like, right? That's and of value and of note of where the council is, even though, like I said, that has been something that I would say that there's been lots of movement on. I would also think that, and want to point out, and looking at priorities, it is important to look at them into groups of which we have exclusive and total control, and into groups in which we have limited control. We have exclusive control over activating downtown. We do not have exclusive control over climate control, over the climate or climate change. Like, right? You might even say we have like a minuscule fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a percentage. And so I do think it's important for us in this body to understand what are those things of which we have exclusive and total control to impact and affect the quality of life of the residents of Menlo Park. And again, in some of these areas, there are other entities that are acting. And I do think it's important to look at that. And that certainly was one of the framings I used in my 4 dots, is like, what are those things or those areas in which this body and the city has exclusive control to deliver a change?
Yeah, good points. And no one should take away from this exercise that just because something that didn't get a lot of dots isn't important. What it really means is, for staff's work plan for next fiscal year, where should they focus the limited resources? Expectation is everything that you're still doing today in terms, let's say, of public safety, you're going to do tomorrow. In some communities where Mary and I go, we didn't hear it here, and I wouldn't expect to, but we hear some council people say, we've kind of done what we could do on climate change for now, and it's not a priority for us, frankly. Heard that articulated. Clearly, your community and clearly the council still feels that it is, but obviously, as you point out rightly, there's only so much you can do. And as the council works to allocate scarce resources, those are the policy decisions as a body you have to make. Is it everything utilitarian? Are you trying to set an example for others? All of these things factor in, right? So these are important considerations, and you're right to point them out.
So is staff then going to be taking each of those 4 and labeling them based on our discussions, or do we need to give feedback now if we want like the title of the priority to be modified? Like if we want housing to become housing element implementation or something? Just curious what level or who's going to be doing what.
I think it might be helpful if we wanted to make some modifications to the labeling now to go ahead and do that.
Okay. So yeah, for housing, I think it's about housing element implementation. So like really making sure that, and I think we're going to be talking about this when we talk about the community development work plan, but that we're implementing the things on the housing element. For climate action, so this is where climate action and emergency preparedness and environmental justice, I'm not quite sure where the lines are on some of these, but really kind of getting to both our climate action in terms of mitigating climate change versus dealing with the impacts or preparing for the impacts of climate change. So I think so I'm not quite sure how to distinguish. And then the environmental justice, which I still kind of get a little confused about. I'm looking forward to it coming out, of where that fits in there. And then safe streets, I think safe streets is good as it is, but I'm curious to hear what my colleagues think.
Yes, so on emergency preparedness, I mean, it is compelling to think about disaster and emergency preparedness together. For climate action, the two things I'm thinking about are reducing city emissions and creating community resilience as two buckets under which there is specific work and goals. For housing, we're especially in our housing element talking about affordable housing. And I don't have a particular need to see the word affordable there, but we're trying to talk about affordable, livable communities. And so that's just a note of, what do we mean when we say housing? We're talking about protecting as well as creating affordable housing in a lot of spaces. With safe streets, I'm thinking about the word choice of streets, and in a lot of context with our Vision Zero action plan, we're talking about intersections, we're talking about sidewalks, which are conceptually a little bit different than streets. So I'm almost thinking of safe routes as a way to be inclusive of all the walkers, all the bikers, all the drivers and other users of not just the road, but also of sidewalks.
Sometimes referred to as multimodal also.
I'm saying instead of the word street, I'm saying
Right,
route,
right.
for example. I'm also not tied to that, but just maybe more of a curiosity and a bent I have. That's all.
So I'm less concerned about exactly what the wording is and very interested in what's below that. But I very much take your safe streets comment. I think that's does sort of set the tone. On the climate action, I think we actually do have a very quite clear plan there. So that's actually one of the areas where I'm less interested in really fleshing out a lot of it and more interested in implementing what we do have or continuing to implement. Going back to sort of where we have control and where we don't, that's actually one of the pieces that I very much picked up on as well. But I thought it was really interesting. To me, activating downtown economic development, the city doesn't have that much control over it because it's so much under the control of property owners and who they choose to rent to, or at least to. And so especially given one of the comments that was made by the public, it's interesting to sort of view a lot of the comments that were made in the light of what do we as a government really have control over?
I would just totally hear you on that. I would just say that I would include within activating downtown economic development is making downtown look nicer. And I do think that can be an attracting or a magnet for business. Granted, I give you, it's not like a perfect, but so that's where I would say that like the government has the exclusive control. Yeah, we can't determine like a restaurant going in necessarily, or someone deciding to open a business in downtown, but hopefully we can provide the environment and, like I say, we can make it look nicer.
And as with last year, we will provide back to the city a workshop report, and Mary's been taking notes on the comments here. So when we write all this up, rather than try to frantically get it down here, we will include a discussion of sort of the broader definition of terms used here. So there's a general understanding on, although I see the staff's also been taking notes, but we'll memorialize it through our report about what was intended in these broad areas. So now delving into one of them, which I think it was fortuitous that was on the list there. We're going to turn it over to Deanna Chow, the Community Development Director, to talk about some of the community development project priorities and talk to the council about what staff sees the priorities being and see if there's consensus around that.
Oh, no, we can just, we'll pause here for just a quick minute. Thank you, Mayor Taylor, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity this evening to discuss community development's project priorities. We'll just pause here quickly just to give a brief overview. So as we're just talking a lot about housing, the adopted 2023-2031 housing element includes 69 programs that support 7 broad housing goals around building relationships and institutional capacity, providing access to housing, and supporting the development of diverse, well-designed, sustainable housing for all income levels. In its first year, so last year in 2023, of implementing the housing element, the city completed or partially completed 13 housing element programs, including all of the rezoning to meet the city's regional housing needs allocation. This year, a significant portion of the planning and housing staff capacity will be dedicated to the implementation of the housing element related programs. The housing element includes a general timeline for implementation of each of these programs. And given the focus on the revisions to the housing element itself and the state mandated timelines for rezoning last year, there are a number of carryover and overlapping housing element programs this calendar year. Next slide. There are approximately 30 housing element related programs that have some level of involvement by staff this calendar year. These items could be a recurring or an ongoing program, a program requiring initiation of work but to be completed in a future year, or programs to be completed by the end of this calendar year. On this slide here, staff has created a short list of programs and a recommended approach for major housing element related projects. This is not an exhaustive list of scheduled housing element programs, but highlights the projects that require more substantial staff time and resources and/or feedback from the City Council. More details about these programs can be found in the staff report in attachment F. So just beginning at the top of the list, and we heard this earlier this evening, at the top of the work effort list is the development of affordable housing on the downtown parking lots. Throughout the housing element process, this has been stressed by the City Council and many members of the community as a high priority item. Background work to help assist with the preparation of a feasibility study is currently underway. Next, moving on, staff is recommending a comprehensive approach for the next 2 items, which are the development of an anti-displacement strategy and update to the below market rate housing guidelines. Each of these programs contain a subset of items which are further noted in the housing element under programs H2E and H4B respectively. Rather than implementing individual anti-displacement strategies or amendments to the guidelines on a case-by-case basis, staff is recommending taking a holistic approach. This means that an anti-displacement strategy plan would be prepared first, followed by implementation. Similarly, the proposed revisions to the BMR guidelines would be brought forward together versus as separate actions. This would not preclude future revisions during the 8-year planning period, but rather prioritize the revisions identified during the housing element process. The work on the BMR guidelines would also likely coincide with the preparation of a nexus study to evaluate the city's inclusionary requirement and commercial linkage fee. The last set of items contain 2 housing element programs that would require additional feedback by the City Council. The programs are regarding the continuation or development of an accessory dwelling unit amnesty program and the creation of objective design standards for all residential and mixed-use zoning districts. Staff would return to the City Council at a future meeting for direction before commencing work on these 2 programs. Next slide, please. So this slide on the screen identifies planning-related projects that City Council members have identified for potential future work. I would note that the prior slide and this slide primarily contain activities that both the planning staff and housing staff would work on. This one probably pertaining more to the planning staff. All of the work efforts would likely result in amendments to the El Camino Downtown Specific Plan, the zoning ordinance, and/or the municipal code. The first 2 projects would require amendments to El Camino Downtown Specific Plan and the zoning ordinance to encourage or require and/or expand the types of community serving non-office uses in the downtown and Bayfront area to activate these areas. And I think this speaks to some of the economic development that we were just, the council was just considering. The third bullet, park preservation ordinance, would add further protections to preserve public park and open space for such uses. And then the final listed project would evaluate the requirements and process for additions and new construction of single-family residential uses to streamline the development review process. So with these 4 items, staff is recommending that they be undertaken in order as presented on the list, but only work on them as capacity allows or if directed otherwise by the city council. And then the final slide, please. So staff recommends prioritizing the projects in order in which they appeared on the slides and also referenced in attachment F, with the housing element related programs as a higher priority than the other planning related projects. The housing element related projects would be included and monitored in the upcoming fiscal year work plan. At this time, staff is seeking feedback and confirmation on the proposed approach to the housing element and planning related projects, and I'm happy to respond to questions. Thank you.
We could go back to the prior slide. And so these are based on staff capacity, but they are in the order of which your staff suggesting that they should be resourced or in some way actioned on. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so then my only comment on that would be that the last one, the single family residential use permit requirements review, has been the one that has been identified as a possible priority the longest. And that's totally fine, like, right? But then I do think that we need to be sort of like honest about what we're doing, like, right? And so, because again, I know that predates any park preservation ordinance idea, and that predates anything having to do as a topic of which there has been a desire to get some staff action on it. And so if it's here listed as the last item on a list that is dependent on staff capacity, then we're saying it's not going to be done, like, right? And I would just prefer that be said than it to be on. So then I could engage in what I think of as an honest conversation with residents. And I know this is my idea for all that don't know, and this specifically addresses the process of use permits for substandard lots. And so, because it's not an issue for standard lots, it's for substandard lots. But I would prefer to be able then to engage in a conversation or dialogue with people in the community who know that this is something I've supported and say, like, it's not going to happen. Like, versus saying that, like, after 5 years, it's 4th on a list of which is dependent on staff capacity.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. I just wanted to ask and add, hopefully this is quick. One is, can we move items around on this list? Is my first question. Yes. Okay. I would drop parks down to the bottom, put single family residential to the top, and then move the zoning in RM2. I'm sorry, RMU zoning as second, since that area doesn't have any retail. Thank you.
I want to follow up on Vice Mayor Combs' comment there. A curiosity I have and a question for the staff. I know that this was identified as a way to hopefully save staff time would be to address the review process for substandard lots. And I'm curious if you have a sense of, how much time in would that process require and how much time out would that help save staff so they could do all the other things that we have on our lists? I'm not sure who to ask.
I'll let staff chime in, but I will admit it's a Herculean effort. I'm not going to sort of sugarcoat that. I'll let staff answer that. But as someone who proposes both on the sort of actual substantive planning work, but then also on the political, because it has been a political hot potato in the city in the past. Maybe we're in a different spot as a city, and it's so not such a hot potato it has been in the past. But I will recognize that, and then I will let the staff answer.
Thank you. I think there are sort of two different things. One is sort of the Herculean, the effort that would be involved in determining what that process would look like. So is it the creation of design standards? Is it something less than a planning commission hearing, but still some element of noticing? So there's different components to this use permit discretionary process. So depending upon what levels or, where we're going to make tweaks, then that would affect, well, first we need to figure out the process and then actually implementation. So staff probably, this is just sort of rough ballpark figures. Maybe there's like between 50 and 100 over the past like 15 years or so, like use permits per year or so. If it was just a straight use permit, I'm sorry, a straight building permit process, the same level of review would typically be required. We'd need to look at the plans for conformance with the zoning ordinance. I think where there's the staff time that would be saved is writing the staff report and presenting it to the planning commission. So that does take some, if you add in the amount of noticing that is required and sort of, that could add up to additional time that would be saved, but there would still be the level of review that would be needed, and potentially even more if there are standards that would need to be added onto than what currently exists today. So
Can I ask a follow-up question on this topic? Oh, it's specifically on this. Oh, go for it. I'm just wondering if there is a economies of scale here, and maybe my understanding of these two items is not sophisticated enough, but the fifth item on the housing element, the previous slide about creating objective residential design standards, and then this single family design review, do we gain anything by tackling these simultaneously? Because we're already outreaching on this thing.
Yes, thank you. So I do see some relationship between the two. So we started to establish design standards when we did Connect Menlo, originally when we did the specific plan, there were objective design standards, and with Connect Menlo, we added additional design standards in the Bayfront area. More recently, we added development standards to like the new CMU district and the R3 zoning district. And so it would be completing out the objective design standards. So there could be some compatibility in the work between the two if that is the interest of creating objective design standards for single family residential uses. That is one of those items that we would need to bring back to the city council for feedback if that is the path of creating objective design standards for single family homes, to perhaps then remove the need to go through a use permit if you meet certain criteria.
So I was sort of going along on that same vein where I was wondering if we could tackle some of it much more easily by revising what we consider substandard lots. Because my understanding right now is like 2/3 of the city, of the residential properties in the city are considered substandard. And certainly maybe we could just revise that, use the same process while we are waiting for the resources to actually tackle the entire issue. But again, I'm very interested, as has been said, in doing this because I think that this is actually one of the most resource intensive issues that the Planning Commission and residents deal with. And I think it's something that is very worthwhile from many different angles, but perhaps that would be a way to at least gain something at this point.
So are you saying just change the definition of what a substandard lot is?
Correct.
Is that
Or
seems
just
too good to be true? I'm curious if that's a thing.
Still have substandard lots, but at least maybe
Like
there's
raise the
some
threshold or something?
precisely.
Is that a thing that you can?
If I could jump in, I would suggest to the council to avoid the temptation to solve the problem. This is a discussion about the priority of the staff work. Just given the discussion to limit it a bit that I understand, it's complicated. I thought I heard the mayor suggest a change in the priority of these four. It may be productive to kind of check with the council to see if there's consensus in the reordering of these four, because that's precisely the type of direction the manager's hoping for this evening.
So I guess two things. One is the reason why I bring that up is because if it is a less labor intensive process, then that may revise how we think about it. But then the other piece was I would strongly advocate for keeping the El Camino Real and Santa Cruz Avenue, encourage, require community serving non-office ground floor uses along El Camino Real and Santa Cruz Avenue, because that's an immediate issue where, especially at the Big Five shopping center, we are going to, we've just revised the zoning there. There's I would assume a fair chance that it will be changing. And right now we're not requiring anything on any commercial use on the, any of the residential uses on the service uses on the ground floor. And so I think it's very important that we do that as quickly as we can so that we don't end up with people who are complying with the new zoning, but in fact, it's not what we are looking for along the corridor where we are anticipating so many more people.
So that we don't, and I'm trying not to end up in a debate, but I'm just thinking about that there's no retail in the Bayfront. So, and there's retail on Santa Cruz Avenue, there's retail on El Camino, there's retail. It may not be exactly, but I'm just thinking about the apartments are done out on Bayfront and there's no retail. So I don't know what more else to say, that there isn't anything.
As you know, I totally support getting retail and services in the Bayfront area. And I guess I would look to staff as to how those two, how difficult those are, how quickly we can do both.
That is a curiosity now that I have of, is it El Camino, Santa Cruz, and RMU? But if it is quite distinct, then I am supportive of pushing our RMU zoning district to the top because of the immediacy of the need there. And also then hearing to the immediacy of the need along El Camino and Santa Cruz to preserve downtown retail and address the aspects as like one vital aspect of downtown vitality that we can directly address. I mean, obviously, this is a really tricky conversation about prioritizing because that does mean that things have to go to the top and things have to go to the bottom. And one thing I want to, I know that is really important, especially to folks in my district, is thinking about park preservation. And so, you know, I thinking about the role I have to play as a steward of the entire city. That's why I'm saying RMU first, El Camino and Real second, and then because of the potential staff saving opportunities, time saving opportunities with the planning and permitting, because I think that could then free up time. So these other efforts that we know are important and important to the community can also be addressed in a bit longer medium term, as opposed to right away needed in the short term. I'm then supportive of having the residential use permit being number three on this list.
I just want to understand, like, with regards to Santa Cruz, like, right, Avenue, there are certain restrictions for retail/commercial usages. Is that correct?
Yes, so that is correct. So on Santa Cruz Avenue, there is already a requirement for retail uses. I think part of the conversation that we heard is to expand some of the neighborhood serving commercial uses to non-office, but to, you know, if you were looking for a yoga studio or maybe a tutoring class or something.
To allow that on Santa
To
Cruz,
allow
well,
that.
those on
Otherwise,
Santa
it's
Cruz.
pure retail right now.
Because right now there, you can, no, you can go. You go.
So I do not want to, I am very interested in prioritizing non-office ground floor uses where there are none and preserving that where we currently have non-office ground floor uses. And we have now rezoned it so that is no longer, so that it could be changed. I would like to see that addressed quickly. That where we have, and opportunity to put different types of businesses in a space where we already have non-office ground floor, I would deprioritize that compared to these other choices, realizing they're all important, but I would definitely deprioritize substituting different kinds of uses. Again, depending how difficult it is to do this.
Yeah, thanks. And so I would just add, like, again, from my perspective, certainly preserving, encouraging and continuing Santa Cruz as a retail strip is important. And so like, and so that's why I wanted to make the distinction that, like, for me, it's and I feel that there are certain protections already in place with regards to that. But the idea of sort of preserving it on El Camino is, I'll be frank, like, not a priority for me. I think why not try to concentrate retail into the downtown strip? And if you look at, like, the example that you offered, Big Five, I mean, that's the worst sort of retail. It turns its back to the street and puts its front to a parking lot, right? And so it's already indicated that, like, for developers and a lot of retail, they don't necessarily see the idea of retail on El Camino the way we would see it. And that is, you know, retail facing the street and people engaging that way. I don't think you're going to get a lot of foot traffic. And then right across the street, of course, is a Safeway, which is like a big, like, again, setback from a big parking lot. But that being said, I appreciate that maybe we're just in different places, and I think we can sort of all see where this lands. But I would just like to say that, like, for me, again, and I want to appreciate that we are talking about something, a list that is about excess staff capacity. So, and I just want to say that, like, if for me, like, what I'll take home in is that if single family residential use ends up at the bottom of the list of excess staff capacity, then for me, it's not. It's the very definition of something that is not a priority. And so that's just.
Okay, so where I'm at with this is I actually would support putting single family residential review first, because I think it could help unclog the slowdown at the planning commission and then among planning staff. So that doesn't mean I don't care deeply about making sure that the Bayfront isn't an amenity desert or that we don't have retail things in our downtown. But I think it's a problem that perpetuates itself. And if we don't address it, then it's going to cause a snowball effect. And then in terms of park preservation, I'm actually wondering if there might be support to just have the city manager potentially meet. I don't know, Councilmember Dorr, if you want to.
Yes, you know, my hope is that we can continue community conversation around park preservation and especially specific needs and understanding around Sharon Park and opportunities there. And so I'm going to be reaching out to some community members to see if we can have an informal conversation to talk more about the questions and concerns that folks have about park protection, especially in Sharon Heights, but for all of the community, the city.
And I would just say, I do think, again, or because I didn't speak on it, the park preservation ordinance and in full transparency is not about Sharon Park, but about a parcel or piece of land that is adjacent to Sharon Park, and a desire for some folks in Sharon Parks to not see that ever developed into something. And I would say, I don't know if that's something I'm aligned with, especially as across, like, all of the city, we've talked about housing, and it wasn't, you know, wasn't something I picked as a priority, but I think it got 4 or something or 3. And so it clearly is a priority. And if we're talking about, again, looking at developing city-owned parking lots into possible affordable housing, and then if we look at a section of the city that does not have a single affordable housing unit, why would I say for an adjacent parcel that should be preserved and not be a possible site for future affordable housing?
And Mayor and Council, the beauty of tonight is you don't have to discuss the merits of any of these. You just have to give staff some direction. And if my counting is right, I think if number 4 became number 1, It sounded as if there might be consensus around that. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
I would, yes, but I would like to
Oh.
know how far that pushes the other items, because I think that we have some immediate needs in both El Camino Real and Santa Cruz Avenue area, and also in the RMU zoning district in the Bayfront area. And so I guess I would like to hear staff come back and sort of give us some relative timing as to what that does. But in theory, yes, I could support that.
Okay. No one threw anything. You know what I mean? So that's good. Thank you. Mayor, I see it's 8:08. I made a commitment to Stephen that we would get you done with our part of tonight's council meeting by 9, and I plan to hold to that. But I wanted to check in with you to see if there was a need for another 5-minute little comfort break. So we're gonna soldier on? Okay. Great, you're doing great. Next slide, please. Okay, now we're gonna spend a little time talking about mission, vision, values. And sometimes in the workshops that Mary and I do, we do these first, sometimes we do them after. I don't know, we'll have to see. See if you're still awake when we're done. So let's jump to the next slide. Let's talk about what a mission statement is. A mission statement, it tells the purpose of the city of Menlo Park. Why does the city as an organization exist? It clearly states the purpose of the organization. Why, as I just said, why does it exist? Hopefully it's short enough to be remembered. I've seen some very long mission statements that no one could remember. It doesn't repeat what is in the vision statement, which we'll talk about in a minute. And it's written in the present tense because it's about what you do now. Vision statement's a little more aspirational. So when we interviewed the council, some of the words we heard from council members when they're thinking about the mission of the city were quality of life, meeting community needs, providing services to the community, vibrant, sustainable, welcoming, and playful. So next slide, please. You do have a current mission statement. The first part starts off like a lot of mission statements, and then it has this big long list of items that there's no way anyone could remember. So what we're suggesting is that you consider adopting a mission statement, and then a vision statement, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, and then some values, which are typically single words. Sometimes they have definitions with them, which is really sort of what all those little bullet points in this one mission statement seem to cover. We're breaking it up into 3, the power of 3 rather than 1. So your current mission statement, you can read it there. I don't recall the year it was developed. I'm not sure if the city manager recalls.
I can say probably in the mid-90s. And maybe updated shortly after the 2000.
There should be a rule every decade. At a minimum, you got to revisit your mission statement and your value statement. So taking what we heard from the council, and we don't want to lock you in tonight, but we thought we'd give it a try as a fun exercise. Next slide, please. We developed 4 draft mission statements. And when we go through all this, you'll get to vote. You get to use your dots again. And if you see a statement in there that you like or that you kind of like, we're going to ask you to indicate your preference. It might need some wordsmithing when we're done, but we're going to go through this exercise of identifying, okay, is there a consensus around 1 or 2 of these that the council likes that with some additional refinement either tonight or at a subsequent meeting you could get to. So you don't have to get to the outcome tonight, but it's great to make progress. So let's just take a look at these. I'll let you read them because I don't like the sound of my own voice. I'll give you a minute to read them. Let the public read them. And we're going to roll through all this and then we'll circle back. So now let's jump to the next slide if we can, which is the vision statement. A vision statement is about the desire for the future, what the city wants to be when it grows up, right? Also, it should be short so you can remember it. Doesn't repeat what's in the mission statement. again, written in the present tense, as if the city's already there. Some of the terms we heard from the council members were good governance, again, vibrant, you start to see some trends there. Transparency, welcoming, quality neighborhoods, innovation. In Menlo Park is a home of innovation. Healthy and safe, a model community, a leader in Silicon Valley. So we took these terms and Mary and I came up with 3 possible statements. Next slide, please. Just give you a moment to take a peek at those. And then let's jump to the next slide. Talk a little bit about values. Values are, they drive the behavior of members of the organization. They should, again, clear enough that people can understand them. Ideally, you have maybe 3 to 5 key values. And next slide, please. Some of the words that were suggested by council members include this set here: accessibility, inclusion, equity, fairness, diversity, integrity, efficiency, transparency, service, and neighborliness. Any other value words that you think we're missing there?
I ask a clarifying question.
Sure.
For the maybe this is for all of them, because some of them seem like the city, like the community, and then this one seemed, is this the organization?
For the organization.
So like for staff?
Yes.
Like for,
So you would want the city staff to, if the city council said, these are our values, you would expect that the staff understands that as an organization, this is what the organization values, those things.
and then the other ones are more community.
The mission is, why does the city organization, the municipal corporation exists? I would say the vision statement is the one that more lends itself to, how do you vision the entire community? What does Menlo Park want to be when it grows up? What do you want the headline in the paper to say in 10 years Menlo Park is? So the vision is more aspirational. Mission is, why does the city exist? And of course, the value are those key principles that you hold to. And again, like everything, there's a little blur. They all intersect at some point. So we're going to try this. It may or may not work. We have multiple pages. It's a little bit of a challenge. But we're going to ask you, they're all up there. You might have to flip a little bit. With your remaining dots, see, please go up in a minute, and on the mission and the vision, put 1 dot by the statement you like the most. Again, it might require some wordsmithing, might require a change here and there. Maybe it's omitting a word, but it's the one that comes closest to what you want to start with. It's your sourdough starter. How's that? It's just to get you going. And then for the values, choose top 3. The 3 words that you feel as an organization you think are most appropriate for the organization to inculcate. So why don't we let you do that now? And you're gonna have to do some flipping. What's your question?
Can you explain again what we're trying to do?
Sure.
Very honestly, if we don't want to support any of this statement, what do we do?
Don't vote.
Okay. Thank you.
So let's start with mission. Let's break it down. So there's 4 possible mission statements on these first 2 pages. I'm gonna lay them out. Yeah, why not? So why don't you come on over with 1 dot? Well, bring your dot. We're gonna lay them out. If there's a draft mission statement here that you like, affix a dot.
Actually, new one.
We can do that too, but you gotta start somewhere. Right.
So 1 for
mission statement. Okay,
one provision and
one
three
provision,
provide.
three value.
Here they're
Budget
about.
five.
So if you like any of these, put a dot. If you don't like any of them, that's fine too. Same deal with. Gotta start somewhere.
Okay.
Okay, so to recap, and for those who can't see, because they're lying on the table here. On the mission statement, the number one, the first version received 3 votes. Menlo Park services the community by addressing current and future needs in alignment with residents' values and priorities. Number 2 received 1 vote, and there was 1 no vote because there's only 4 dots. So let's take that for a minute. Let's see, can we jump back a couple of slides to the one that says mission draft options? One with our typo for 1 point. There we go. So the first one got 3 votes. Is that serviceable enough to be a starting point? Number 1 got 3. Number 2 got 1. Yeah. And then there was, I guess, you could do better. So starting with taking number 1 that got 3 votes. Is there a way to improve that? That's 3 out of 5 right there. But as a starting point, how does that grab you? And is there a way to make it better? Is there a way to get closer to unanimity?
I think it needs to include the business community too.
Business community?
Yes.
The thing I most like about this statement is present and future, the acknowledgement of planning for the future. I would also like to see business, but also where folks can live, work, do business, play, not just residents and not just business owners, but also all the folks that use those services and use city amenities in other ways. And
Now,
so-
sometimes community is used to connotate both residents and businesses because it doesn't say residents, but it could be modified if the council was so inclined.
Having not voted, I will still weigh in, saying I actually think alignment with residents' values and priorities, I think is more appropriate than residents and businesses' values and priorities, because we're talking about residents' values there, whereas services the community as a whole would include businesses. And I guess one of my first, I am not fond of that the city services the community. That
I'm sorry, I didn't quite.
the city provides services, but I don't care for the city services.
Okay, provide services.
I like that framing better too. That's why I selected number 2. It's because I like providing services.
I mean, you could stick number 2's intro in the front of number 1. The city of Menlo Park provides outstanding municipal services to the community by addressing current and future needs in alignment with residents' values and priorities.
Is that a good mashup?
We're not finalizing this tonight, are we?
No.
Okay.
No. Okay. But again, we'll put it in our report. We'll still call it sort of a draft, and at the appropriate time, the city manager will bring it back and you have another go. As one of my mayors used to say, there will be another meeting. So you'll always have another opportunity. Okay, great. And now let's talk about the vision statement. So let's jump forward a slide. One more, please. So the first option received 3 dots. The third option received 1 dot. And so that was, what was it, 4 dots?
4 dots. Yeah, there's a yellow.
Oh, it's
You can't
yellow.
see.
The first one got 4 dots. I just can't see yellow from over here. So that one, how do we feel about that one? Obviously, at least better than the other 2. Is the council comfortable with that vision statement? Again, this is the one that's a little more community-wide.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned that trying to list so many things might, someone that does something else in Menlo Park
The
might,
exclusion.
it's so many that I fear that we might miss something. I don't know if there's a way to generalize it more.
I would like live, work, and play.
Mm.
Because I think you could say play is socializing, thriving, exercising. Working is also learning if you're a student. Another thing I don't see here that I wish was there was the word vibrant. And I think that's a pretty encompassing word that reflects a lot of the visions that a lot of us share.
Menlo Park is a healthy, vibrant, and safe place to live, work, and play. Easy
I'd
enough
love to see
remember.
the word welcoming. Did you just say welcoming?
No.
Oh. I'd like to throw a welcoming somewhere in there.
Okay. Welcome to Menlo Park.
I think live, work, and play is very trite, and pardon me? Yes. So I actually prefer what we have here, although I understand the concern about leaving something, with having so many items, leaving something out. But I think live, work, and play is swinging too far in the other direction.
You do see that one a lot.
So Councilmember Nash, you want to leave it all?
I would be very interested in other suggestions, but yes, if I have to go between live, work, and play and what's here, I would rather choose this.
Maybe
I want to keep thrive because I think that's important.
What we have done in some other cities is we've challenged the city council members to send us some thoughts within, say, maybe the next 2 weeks. If you want to chew on it a little bit more, if that's acceptable to the manager, you could email directly to me or Mary and both of us. And we'll see, we'll work with Stephen and Justin, see if we can't synthesize something out of that.
So I don't have to send you an email. Can I just share what I wrote down?
Absolutely.
Great. Menlo Park is a welcoming and vibrant city where the community can thrive. I don't know, some way to connect in here, the welcoming, the vibrant, the thriving. Those are things I would especially love to see.
Did you get that?
Maybe the word like visitor too. If we want to include people that work here. No. Okay. We don't care about, we care about visitors. Come visit Menlo Park, but maybe not here. Okay, we'll respond to an email for feedback, I think.
Okay. And then the values discussion, you put a high premium on integrity. Good for you. In another city that Mary and I recently worked, this was the hardest part for them, which is usually should be kind of the easiest. So we see integrity got 5 votes, diversity 2, inclusion 3, service 2, and inclusion's 3. Yeah. So yeah, it's almost transparent. Right. Okay. So 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 to 5 values is a good. So between transparency and accessibility, is there a preference? That's in no man's land.
The word that I found missing from there,
Mhm.
I don't know how to articulate, like standards or like research, like something about like intelligent. Like I feel like we expect a high quality, like we have a very smart constituency and a very smart staff, and I feel like there's a high level of I feel like we value that, and I don't know how to articulate that, but I don't know, for me, that's something I enjoy. That's why I enjoy serving on council here, because it's such always a rich discussion with very well-informed people. It seems like a community value and an organizational value, but I don't know how to articulate that or if my colleagues agree.
When you email us your thoughts on the vision statement, you can pull out your thesaurus and send us some value. I was going to say innovation, but it's not, it's on target. I can hear what you're expressing. I don't know what the right term for it is. Great. Okay. Very good. That's a good, hopefully you thought that was a fun exercise. We'll get you closer to the point of solidifying these. So if we can move forward in the slide deck. If we can move to slide 47, please. There we go. Wow. So you actually covered a whole lot of ground today, which is great. When you develop your priorities, and I know the staff does this, but the best way to stay on track with your priorities is to have regular progress reporting on them. As the staff builds out the work plan that falls in line with the goals and priorities the council's established here this evening, for reporting to you on a regular basis, how they're moving in those projects is very important. It's also very important to avoid kind of the shiny object syndrome. We see this in a lot of places. Something new pops up and it's the most important thing. And all those other priorities that you just spent all this time grappling with limited resources to identify, it's almost like it falls by the wayside. Sometimes this it becomes like the long list, the Excel list of all the special little projects the manager's been asked to do. It's almost as if you have your official list of goals and priorities, and then the separate little list, that's the to-do list that, again, drowns out achieving your big priorities. So it's really important for the council to understand that you hold off on any big new initiatives until your next goal setting, or in a minute, we'll talk about under what criteria when you need to make a change. When things come up, really the best thing to do is to talk to the manager in those one-on-one meetings that you're having with him to triage the issue. Is this issue a big deal or is it a little deal? If it's a little deal, chances are it can get handled in the course of business. If it's a big deal, then the manager owes it to tell you, look, this is significant, would require a lot of staff time, really need the council to weigh in on it because it's taking us off track of our big goals. So keep that in mind, please. So next slide. Some of the best practices for making changes or adding things mid-cycle is, some of the things we talked about tonight. If there's an emergency, a disaster, it can take a lot of different forms, but obviously that changes the whole organization and you got to deal with that crisis. Obviously, COVID-19 was one of those things, or the weather issues from last year. Another item, you heard one of the speakers talk about it, the opportunities for new outside funding. If you can leverage dollars, if you can put up $250,000 and get $1 million back, well, you want to do that all day long. So obviously that might require that you rejuggle your priorities. If there's a multi-agent opportunity to go in with other cities or the county and it can't be delayed and you got to jump on board and get in, obviously that's compelling. You should consider that. And of course, safety. If there's a real safety issue that's become prominent all of a sudden, you got to deal with it, then that's another reason to take a look at adding priorities. And sadly to say, more often than not, it's when the state comes down and changes the law on us and tells us we have to do something by a certain date or risk financial peril or something, then you have to adjust to the state. Otherwise, you should hold off on new big initiatives. And when you do add something, you really should identify what comes off the plate and what are the consequences of making a shift midstream. So important things to keep in mind. Next slide, please. So our next steps are Mary and I are going to prepare a workshop report covering what we did here this evening. Great meeting. I hope you all feel the same. The city manager, as he did last year, will take the high-level goals that the council has identified and build out the work plan for the next fiscal year, consistent with those goals. And also, this will help influence the budget development. And so we're thankful for that. And then last slide, second to the last slide. We'd like to ask the council members, starting with the mayor, if you would please share a comment with us about what was useful in today's discussion. And if it was only the dinner, that's fine too.
Well, I would share that if I was able to eat mine completely. I believe this process has been very helpful. It is also frustrating too, which is helpful as well. And I wanted the easy button to say, do not change priorities, which is where I am kind of sitting at the moment, because one, how much progress we've made so far, just in the past 12 months. And then two, just looking at what was up that other council members chimed in on, and even members of the public. So pass it to Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, I would say I do appreciate these annual opportunities, and do also recognize that we didn't for a period have them, like, right, and so their return, I think, and the value provided is for me more imperative to step back just a bit from that project lens, or what is a specific deliverable, and to sort of look again more holistically about what are the goals and priorities that in theory are backing or providing the foundation. And so again, for me, because I I tend to stick to, as the city manager can attest. We do meet regularly, that I stick to the deliverables, I stick to the projects. And so I do, like I say, find value in stepping back.
I think it's just helpful for us and for the community to hear that we really are working within a structure of limited resources. And so every decision we make is a decision of trade-offs and opportunity costs. And so it's just helpful to take a step back and be reminded of how much work our staff does and how by being focused, it will support their efforts, which in turn supports us and the community at large to actually see progress made on things we all care about. Thanks.
I appreciate the moment to hear from the community also about the high level, about priorities that they have, and just echoing what other folks have shared, the opportunity to remind ourselves as a council that we're representing the entire city, and that we have a responsibility to think of the vibrancy, think of how we can help all of our residents thrive.
I agree with what has been said and don't really have much to offer. Just, I think the focus is tremendous. I think it's a very good process that you're taking us through. And I also want to shout out to our assistant city manager who has been giving us quarterly reports on these. And I think that's been really, really helpful. Thank you.
Well, in closing, on behalf of Mary and myself, I want to thank the council. I want to thank city manager, assistant city manager, and I want to provide the city manager the last word.
Great, thank you. I just do want to express thanks to the community that provided input, the council for being patient through this process. There's a little unknowns, even though you did it last year. Again, we kind of did some new things this year, so thank you for that. There's a number of things that aren't fully baked, and we'll be following back up with you. But I appreciate the input that you did provide. It's very valuable to us. And I do want to do a shout out to a number of other people that have been listening very intently over in the room. A number of members of our executive staff, management staff that are very key to delivering on a number of these things. They're the ones contributing to the work plan updates and getting a lot of the work done and leading the organization for the good work. So I just wanted to express some thanks to them as well.
With that, Mayor, we have one last request before Mary and I transition out. We'd like to get a little report card passed around to each of you. If you would just take a moment and fill out an evaluation for us, we greatly appreciate that. And then we'll happily pack up and let you get on with the remainder of your meeting.
The council will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Okay, having our city council back at our tables, Mayor Taylor, you may reconvene the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. All right, we are headed into our regular session. The first regular session item is E, public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the city council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the city council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. It is helpful but not required if you state your name and city of residence. The city council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the city council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up by anyone under public comment other than to provide general information. Ms. Herron, can we call for public comment on items, the presentation and proclamations, consent calendar items, and informational items?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So let's first open up public comment for items not on the agenda, which is item E. And so for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment for items not on the agenda, if you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature in the bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. Currently at 2 speakers, so this will be the final call for public comment for items not on tonight's agenda. Okay, and we are still at 2 speakers. So our first speaker will be Brian Schmidt, followed by David.
Council members, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Spark. I'll be very brief. I'm sure you're aware that Menlo Spark has been very involved with a $4.5 million grant from the California Energy Commission for building electrification in low-income communities in Menlo Park. I'd also appreciate the amount of communication I've had with staff. I understand this is likely coming to the council on April 2nd. And the one thing I want to add to that is I hope it does not get delayed past April 2nd. This is something that we've been really excited about happening. I'll give 2 reasons why we want to see it happen by that point. One is that we're hoping that the installations will start this summer before it, as soon as or before it starts getting hot in the city, and will provide some type of climate resiliency and cooling for folks. So we want to have this process of transferring the funds to Peninsula Clean Energy started as soon as possible. The second reason is that what I'm hoping is going to happen is this is going to be a huge success. And then we will be able to go back to Senator Becker and to our assembly members and to the Energy Commission and say, this was a great success. Let's do it again. Let's get some more money to do this. So as soon as we get it rolling, the greater the likelihood that we'll be able to do that soon. So for that reason, hope to see this on April 2nd. I'll be back to see you all then. Thank you.
Okay, and our final speaker will be David.
How's that? Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
All right, thank you. This is David Yoshida, live in Sharon Heights, West Menlo Park. Been a longtime resident and a pickleball player. So short term, I would like to remind the council that there have been some noise complaints by the apartments adjacent to tennis court number 5. And the recommendation is to put up some sound attenuating material on the fence adjacent to the apartments. So I think short term, that would be a high priority if we could have that done. Recently, I made a visit to Burgess Park, and I understand the Greenpeace people love the lawns, but I'm looking for 12 more permanent pickleball courts at Burgess as a long-term project. There's a lawn area that's about 200 feet by 100 feet that would accommodate 12 pickleball courts. And so my vision in my lifetime would be to see permanent pickleball courts at Burgess Park. Thank you very much.
And that concludes our speakers for general public comment for items not on the agenda.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And do we want to go ahead and call for public comment for the 4 items? The presentation and proclamations, consent calendar, information items, and city council initiated items.
Yes, we can start with F1 for any member of the public who wishes to provide comment on our proclamation, Women's History Month. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, please engage that hand feature. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on our proclamation, item F1, Women's History Month. Seeing no hands or cards. To confirm, Mayor Taylor, you'd like me to continue to the consent calendar for public comment?
Actually, I'll go ahead and read the proclamation
Perfect.
first.
Thank you.
Thank you. Women's History Month, March 2024. Whereas every March, Women's History Month provides an opportunity to honor the generations of trailblazing women and girls who have built our nation, shaped our progress, and strengthened our character as a people. And whereas throughout history, despite hardship, exclusion, and discrimination, women have strived and sacrificed for equal access and inclusion in communities across the country, fighting for and securing equal rights and opportunity throughout history as advocates for voting rights, reproductive freedom, abolitionists, civil rights leaders, suffragists, and labor activists. And whereas these women have opened the doors of opportunity for subsequent generations of dreamers and doers, community leaders, elected leaders, educators, first responders, service members, doctors, scientists, childcare providers, innovators, entrepreneurs, and essential workers in every industry, representing the very best of America. And whereas, despite significant progress, women and girls continue to face systemic barriers to full and equal participation in our economy and society, including disparities in economic security, healthcare, and caregiving responsibilities, especially for those who prepare critical work, including those who care for our children and our families, who are too often overlooked, underpaid, and undervalued. And whereas the full participation of women is a foundational tenet of democracy, and the strength of our community rests on whether we make it possible for every person to contribute to our growth and prosperity. And whereas, as a community, we must join our voices with the chorus of history, and push forward with unyielding faith to forge a more equal society for all our daughters, granddaughters, and great-granddaughters, one where a woman's power is limited only by the size of her dreams and the boldness of her imagination, and whereas she does not need permission to pursue her fullest potential. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Cecilia Taylor, Mayor of the City of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council and City, do hereby proclaim and celebrate March 2024 as Women's History Month in Menlo Park. Ms. Herron, can we take public comment on the next agenda item for consent calendar?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on any of our consent calendar items, G1, City Council meeting minutes, G2, a resolution initiating the Menlo Park Landscaping Assessment District proceedings for fiscal year 2024-25. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table. Return to me at the clerk's desk. Participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our consent calendar items G1 and G2. Seeing no hands or cards. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. And bringing it back to the council to see if there's any questions on the consent calendar. We're not pulling any items, so do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
I will move to approve. I'll second.
I believe I had a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash and a second by City Council Member Willison. Is that correct? Thank you. And this is to approve the consent calendar. Any further City Council question or discussion? And given that we are on the floor, we will do roll call voting by commonly used first name. So your vote, City Council Member Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
Yes.
City Council Member Willison,
Yes.
City Council Member Doer,
Yes.
and Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
and the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda is item H. Informational items are transmitted to the city council in staff's effort to provide an update on matters of importance to the city council. Informational items are not action items. However, a city council member, city staff member, or a member of the public may request to make a comment or ask a question on any of the informational items. And Ms. Herron, we already called for public comment on this item.
I don't believe I've done it for informational items yet.
So can you please call for public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on our informational items, H1, City Council Agenda Topics, H2, Transmittal of City Attorney Billing, H3, a report regarding regulation of wireless facilities in the public right-of-way, or H4, City Council Compensation. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at that back table and return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And this will be the final call for public comment on our informational items H1 through H4. Seeing no hands or cards, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And at this time, are there any council members that have questions about any of the informational items? Councilmember Dorr?
Yes, not a question, but a comment on H4, which is the city council compensation. Yes, I appreciated this informational item, and it was helpful to see the history of compensation for council members. And for those who haven't gotten to see the packet, November 1965, the amount per month for city council was $150. And I enjoy looking at inflation calculators, and I was curious, what does $150 in 1965 mean today? And today that would be $1,482 per month. And I said, okay, but with that's a long time ago. What about November 2000 when it was set at $640 a month? And that in today's dollars would be $1,169. And reflecting on this, I'm excited for parents to be able to serve on council, folks from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds to be able to serve on council, and was excited to see that this is an opportunity to look at compensation for council members moving forward, starting in 2025, to make sure that folks can get the need and supports, the supports that they need to be able to serve as actively and fully as we want them to. And so glad to see that this was an informational item up for discussion in the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. I have a comment just on H1. Actually, is it on H1? I'm interested in bringing back the city events as an info item just to provide some direction. If there aren't any other questions about informational items, we'll move on to I. City Council initiated items. In accordance with City Council procedure, City Council initiated items, the following agenda items are to be considered by the City Council and can ask staff questions regarding preliminary scope, analysis, and resource requirements. After discussion with a motion and a second, the City Council may take one of the following actions. direct the city manager to prioritize staff resources to prepare a formal staff report to further city council consideration and/or action, or direct the item to an advisory body for preparation of a formal staff report with no additional staff support required, or direct the city manager to prepare a formal staff report for further city council consideration as resources are available, or defer action to the city council's annual goal-setting process. The first city council initiated item is I1, direction on automated license plate readers. City Clerk Karen, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item I1, direction on automated license plate readers. If you are participating in person, please complete a speaker card at the back table, return to me at the clerk's desk. If you are participating virtually, please engage that hand feature, bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or a cell phone, please press *9 now. And I'm currently seeing one speaker, and so this will be the final call for public comment on City Council initiated items I1. All right, and our speaker will be Randy Avalos.
Good evening, councilors. I'm sure you're all aware of my opinion, but I just wanted to restate it again. Spending money on ineffective solutions when other parts of the city have higher crime rates. It is an understandable knee-jerk reaction, but it's not a wise one. Targeted burglaries by organized groups is a terrible experience. I've been there. It's not fun. But these license plate readers do not stop organized criminals. It's pretty easy to steal a car and switch plates, and that's what is done. And the data out there, studies and data out there does not support these systems being effective. Atherton was targeted despite having these mass surveillance cameras as well. And areas around El Camino and 101 are the most impacted by crime in the city. So it does make sense to shift temporary resources and increase patrols in response to an area being targeted, but not to resort to permanent, ineffective, high-cost solutions. It just gives a false sense of security and peace of mind that shouldn't be there. And the large costs, the greatest of them are not even monetary. Data goes to state and federal level and has been used in the past to target, that's probably to this day, target and warrantlessly track political movement leaders and others. BLM has been targeted and associations mapped. It's just done. So surveillance of political and religious organizations and movements is not new, but the increase of scale drastically increases who's impacted, as well as the error rates. So even for those out there who don't mind a bit of authoritarianism and maybe welcome an orange November, there will be errors and the colors will change over the next 10 years. False positives, misuse of data is also problematic for the safety of our community. When you get pulled over because your car has been misidentified as a stolen vehicle, that is a felony stop, weapons out stop. Reporting and data governance are difficult. Oakland has stopped using its camera network. One, because there was a massive data breach and they stopped using it, but they didn't turn them back on because they couldn't deal with the reporting that they were consistently in violation of retention policies. So it is a terrible experience to be burgled and be under such pointed threats, but a knee-jerk reaction that posits automated license plate readers as a solution, well, it ain't it. So it'll be ineffective at crime prevention with large, long-term, long-tail negative impacts. And just pursuing warrantless mass surveillance is just a bad path to take. Thank you for your time.
And that concludes our public comment for item I1.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And bringing it back to the dais, I'll pass it over to Councilmember Dorr.
Thank you very much. Yes, so I wanted to bring this back to the council. As you know, there have been about 16 burglaries in Sharon Heights since January 1st. of this year. And there's been other increases across our community and across the Bay. And in conversation with community members and with the police chief, something that has been highlighted has been the desire to see a tool, among other things, that can help dissuade the crimes in the first place, as well as help as an investigative tool. And I know that in our September conversation, there were a lot of questions and concerns that came up. And I know that the police chief and his team have been looking at those concerns to see, what are the ways that those issues that we identified could be addressed. And in light of the start of the next budget cycle, I was hoping that we could go ahead and proactively find a time, sometime in the future, in the next few meetings, as it makes sense with city staff and the police department, to open that conversation again, just to hear back if there have been any learnings on those questions and concerns that came up. And of course, a lot of those questions and concerns were related to the insights shared by the public commenter, to hear more and just to create a more formalized opportunity to continue that conversation.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr. Vice Mayor Combs.
Oops. Yeah. My knee is okay. I'm supportive of the request. I would like to, if I can make a request about, as this comes back to us, it would be great if the chief could propose some options, like a kind of a focused option, then a more expansive option, and then maybe the most expansive option, which I think is what you came with last time. I think that would be great, but supportive of the ask.
I'm wondering if the scope, because it's the problem we're trying to solve. So there's the problem of this recent crime spree up in Sharon Heights. And then so that's one conversation. And then there's a conversation about a specific tool to adopt by the city and the police. And so I'm just trying to understand how you see the scope of this conversation.
That's helpful. And, something I've been thinking about after I requested it and put the information here is, it would be helpful maybe to have this in context of a conversation of, with the same amount of funds, are there other things that the police department think would be as useful to do to address the increase in crimes and issues maybe across the city, and maybe to get a sense of, to address the uptick, what are the potential avenues and what are some options on the table? So I would be amenable to having a little bit broader from a specific, thinking more about the outcome, as you said, as opposed to which tool are we using to reach that outcome. But knowing that this is one tool that a lot of residents have been particularly interested in, I do want to make sure that that is at least still part of the conversation.
Just to follow up on that, I'd be interested in knowing how effective the tool will be for that specific issue. That's something I would be interested in knowing. Councilmember Nash, I kind of interrupted.
Actually, you voiced what my concern is. My understanding of ALPRs, having looked into it a little bit, is, but obviously not, interested in what the chief will find, since it obviously seems to have support, is that this is, there is some deterrent effect, but it does not stop burglaries. It basically helps solve crimes after the fact. And so I think that we need to be very clear-eyed as we go into this in what would be the purpose of doing this. And certainly, as the public speaker mentioned, if you look at other communities that do have these flock cameras and ALPRs, there are plenty of burglaries in those communities as well. Most notably, Atherton has just had a number of burglaries. So I think that if we do go ahead with this, we should certainly look at what are we expecting? What are the outcomes we are expecting? I'll stop there.
Thank you, Councilmember. And to be clear, what I want out of this conversation is the chance to get more information back, to say that, like, with that more information, then as a council, we can have a conversation about what avenues forward make sense. But especially trying to get, to say more clearly about the questions and concerns. I really heard them around 3 areas in September that are still top of mind for me. One around data privacy and the privacy concerns that have been mentioned in the surveillance. 2 around the costs, and 3 around effectiveness. Kind of broadly seem to be the 3 categories of insight back from the police department I would hope to hear in that continued conversation.
Yeah, I would be supportive of having another conversation. I'm wondering if the chief would be amendable if we have questions that we are curious about, if council could send questions in advance so he knows the different kind of angles that we're going to be looking at. I'm seeing a nod and a thumbs up from the chief. So that, I think that would be helpful. Not like about like we won't go crazy, but some of the things.
So 2 things. Does someone need to make a motion at some point here, or does you need or a sense of that there is a consensus? Oh, the city clerk is about to tell me.
Yes, so we don't need a formal motion, but we do need direction and consensus from the city council to select one of the 4 options. They're in the staff report, but it's, directing the city manager, prioritize now, direct the city manager to to prepare a staff report for a future when resources are available, have an advisory body look, or defer action till next year.
I'm going. Yeah.
Yes, and I can just kind of clarify that just a little bit more, that if there is, to the city clerk's point, the important thing is whether or not there's consensus to move forward, but there could be a little bit of a hybrid of the first and third bullet, because the overall time frame that we're looking at is in a few months. It's kind of timely prior to the budget process. So it would be kind of in between items 1 and 3 if there's consensus to move forward with what's been articulated thus far.
And so that in between is saying we're directing the manager to prioritize staff resources to prepare some reports, and also kind of as resources are available to bring that back to us.
In anticipation prior to the budget. Okay.
I mean, yeah, so I would, oh, okay, yeah, so you don't need a motion, but I'm aligned with that overall plan of action. I would only say that, like, I am supportive of this discussion, and when we first had it, I was supportive of some implementation here. I do have some concerns that we're going to end up in the same, because I don't think that there has been a substantive change in the concerns raised from my colleagues, whether it's privacy, whether it's effectiveness. I don't think that those things are changed. And like I said, I was supportive to some degree before. I remain supportive, but I do have some concerns that we're going to have another discussion and we're going to end up in the same space. But that being said, I'm supportive of what the city manager outlined.
One of the issues that I would like addressed as part of this, I know I could also send this privately, but in October last year, October 26th, I believe it was, Stanford Public Safety Department was hacked. There was ransomware group was threatening to leak Stanford police data. This is exactly the sort of concern that really did happen in our neighboring community that I would like addressed.
Can move on to the next item? Or do you need?
I just want to, there's a lot of head nods and everything. I just want to confirm that there is a consensus, or is it, if you're looking for there is a potential for a motion second if need be, but what I am just confirming.
Maybe we should do that,
Yes,
just
great.
to make it clean. So I will move on, or actually I'll let Councilmember Doors, since it's her item, I'll let her make the motion.
Thank you. I would move to have this come back to us before budgeting conversations.
I'll second.
Thank you. Give me just one moment to prepare the motion. Okay, so I have a motion by City Councilmember Doer and a second by Vice Mayor Combs to direct the city manager to prioritize staff resources to prepare a formal staff report for further city council consideration and or action ahead of the 2024-25 budget conversations. Any further city council question or discussion?
Yes,
Yes.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Can we get any idea of what the trade-off is if this is, if work is being done on this, what is the trade-off that won't get done? Obviously, it also involves city council time, but what would be the, from the public safety perspective?
Through the mayor, would you like that?
Yes,
With that, I would
please.
ask the police chief to come forward because it's different set of resources.
Thank you for that question, Council. I don't see this as being something that we would have a significant need to reprioritize our energy on it. We, as a department, have a desire to bring you the best information so that you can make the best decision on this. And so our priority would be in bringing council the best information because we believe in the tool.
I have a clarifying question. Is it possible to include in when the staff report comes back, alternatives?
Just to your question, I believe that was the question that was raised prior in terms of some parallel resources that would be similar to this tool or may have some type of of an effect that would be in some way comparative to that. Is that the
Yes.
question? We will do the best we can. We believe this in terms of bang for the buck. This is a really good tool, but we'll bring you some alternative options.
Thank you, Chief. So Ms. Herron, I think we can go ahead and vote.
Okay. So again, we'll be doing it by roll call vote. City Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I will be voting no, although I very much respect the chief and where he is coming from. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
City Councilmember Willison.
Yes.
City Councilmember Doer.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Councilmember Nash dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And our next agenda item is to provide direction on another city council initiated item, direction on building electrification approaches. Ms. Herron, can you call for public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to provide comment on item I2, direction on building electrification approaches, if you are participating in person and have not already, please bring me a speaker card. If you are participating virtually, you can engage that hand feature bottom of your screen. Calling in from a landline or cell phone, please press *9 now. This will be the final call for public comment on City Council initiated item I2. Right, and we have one speaker. I'll invite Brian Schmidt to come on up.
Good evening, Brian Schmidt from Menlo Spark, one last time before you. And to speak in favor of this idea of having a study session to consider the reach code issue. Menlo Park was a leader in the country really on this. And now we've encountered the problem of the litigation. There are ways to respond to it. And it's something that I think deserves that level of attention. It fits in well with this work study session we just had of climate as a priority. So I think that's one way to help figure that out. I would also add that the Environmental Quality Commission's the Building Decarbonization Subcommittee is wrestling with this issue. I think it's going to percolate up to the EQC and from there as an opportunity to come to the City Council. There's some real opportunities to get some changes here. And Menlo Spark in particular is happy to cooperate with the city in that process. And I believe there'll be opportunities to work with Peninsula Clean Energy as well. At their last executive committee meeting yesterday, actually, they said it is important to respond to the Reach Code litigation. And this is opportunity exists here. Thank you.
And that does conclude our public comments for this item. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for the public comment. And at this time, the same direction as the last item, Councilmember Dorr.
Yes, thank you. This is one that I brought with Councilmember Nash to continue the conversation about building electrification, which is a core part of our climate action plan. And there are some options that Peninsula Clean Energy is developing that the Environmental Quality Commission is starting to think about. We have our new fantastic sustainability manager, Ms. Rachel Lunder, on board, and really excited to get their input and insight here on what are the options that exist, what are the potential paths forward for us as a city. And so just wanted to raise that to the council as something that we're eager to see continue and brought back to council at some point once a review and conversations ongoing. And I'll pass it to Councilmember Nash if there's anything else to include.
I believe just that we are looking at this point to get staff time allocated for it.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
So staff time allocated towards preparation of a study session, or staff time allocated towards an agenda item that would provide specific direction for the council as it relates to like new electrification codes.
Thank you for that clarification, Vice Mayor Combs. A desire for a study session, and also I think part of this is seeing staff resources with the Environmental Quality Commission. So including that insight into a study session that would come to us.
So I'll just dive in on this one. So this I'm not supportive of. Again, I was supportive of our initial efforts with the REACH code. I feel that this is going to become a sort of cat and mouse game. You know, we had codes that we passed. They've been ruled invalid by the Ninth Circuit. Is that right, City Attorney Dorr? And so now we have another way which we think we can approach it. And again, we still are talking about just exclusively new construction. We are not talking about like replacement. And so I have to ask myself, is that the best way to approach this, especially when I think of all of the time and effort that has been put into REACH codes that are now invalid? Or is it another way? Is it a way where we are looking to, like, again, more incentivize people, more provide a clear path? And I still don't know that that exists with the city. I've asked for sort of something along the lines of like a sort of an electrification concierge, like a one person where residents can call as they're thinking about and you know, implementing some of these changes. I had one resident come to my office hours, and I'm not going to provide too much detail, but of which he was trying to make this transition that we have all said we wanted, and put in permits with the city and got no response from the city for 6 months. And then finally he reached out to the city, and then they were like, well, we've denied your permit. And so with no real explanation. Again, this is his story, one side, but it's like, I still see that residents are encountering lots of friction. And these are the ones who are voluntarily making this transition. And I think that, again, like that area or that population is a lot more ripe than, again, looking at these prohibitions for new construction. And so I don't know that it's again, like I say, the best use of staff time. So I'm not supportive.
Yeah, I'm supportive. I'm concerned about the legal implications. Like I want to, do this. So just in terms of setting expectations, like I'm going to be looking to our city attorney for guidance dramatically on this. And so I'm, in terms of allocating staff resources, because I know climate is one of our top priorities. So it sounds like this is coming maybe from the EQC and from the subcommittee that's working on climate. So of all the different climate things, if all of you think this is worth, spending some time on, then I'm in support of that. But I'm just I don't know if suspicious is the right word. I want to set expectations properly that I don't know if we want to be going to the Supreme Court or if we have the capacity to go to the Supreme Court on this, but otherwise I'd love to support it.
No, we do not. This is being worked on by many, many jurisdictions and collaboratively. And what we are trying to do is be able to join that, make sure that we have staff, council supported support for having staff spend time on it, working with the other jurisdictions, working with others. And we are looking to bring it forward as soon as it is, as soon as possible, given that the pieces are fitting together and that we do know the legal implications and all. So, but we really need this support to get staff time and move it forward.
And one thing I would add is the unique opportunity of focusing on new buildings, which is what the previous ordinance did. There's a lot more you can do when before the plans are made and set in stone. And, this is a way to continue building on, to continue the legacy that was there previously. But also there's signs from folks who are already some cities already adopting ordinances. We're saying spend staff time to learn about the options and explore the legal options and everything before bringing that back to us. And so we're asking to do this thoughtfully and, thinking about all those other components before making any choices down the line.
Another comment is PCE does now have a one-stop concierge service, exactly as you're talking about. The best part of it, well, many good parts, is it's not with the city, it's done now through PCE. They will have that up and running by this summer. It's all been approved by the committee. It's first by the board. And there's, they've already gone through the RFP. There has been an overall organization hired with 3 subcontractors. It is happening. Also, I think our current city process is getting much better. My family, we just went 100% electric, and it was a fairly easy, straightforward, timely process through the city. So I think that as more people are doing this, we're getting more experience. Certainly, we do need to do whatever we can with the permits and making that streamlined, but things are getting better, and it's working.
And just to affirm, that's with existing buildings, which is not what we're talking about in this case for new buildings.
Very good point. Thank
which
you.
is a very different kind of topic.
Yeah, but I'm seeing the resources and the attention focused on new buildings could be better served to new building to existing existing buildings. My question, but getting to this question of the focus here is on new build. It would be great if we could get some data on, like, since the city stopped enforcing its reach codes, like what has been the outcome as far as like the hookups for the new construction permits that we have seen? Like, right, is it that all of a sudden everyone's like, yeah, I got to have my Viking range, although Viking makes I think electric ranges too, and that we just saw, or actually you can do that anyway. But did we see that like residents completely abandon some of the direction or guidance or restrictions given in those reach codes. Because I think that, again, like I said, I think this is a smaller population, but I also think that we didn't see that. I think what you saw was, or were likely to have seen, was of that small number, that the permits and the plans continue to look the same, and had some of these same electric infrastructure as when the restrictions existed. But happy to be proved wrong, but it would be great to see the data on that.
Thank you. And something I'd note is that, so this isn't just in the less than a calendar year that this new ruling is here. And for new buildings, one of the biggest opportunities is with new large developments. And as we're talking about the housing development and upzoning, there might be a lot of projects that are not already done with the planning as other projects were last year that had already planned for electrification, that I think we're now especially thinking about as we look forward is how do we make sure that there are the supportive, and there are different approaches, right? There's some that, do not say 100% electrification. They say, make some choices that are better. So there's different approaches, and understanding what those options are for all these new multi-family developments, I think is especially where the opportunity for emissions reductions lie.
Thank you, Councilmember Dorr, and Councilmember Nash, for bringing this to the City Council. Have a couple things. One is I'm cautious about anything that I support that isn't connected to our priorities, and this one happens to be. However, looking at our priorities list and things that I'm interested in seeing to continue work on, and one of them is analyze and revise the scope of the remaining term of the Climate Action Plan. So would your request compete with this? Is this an item, what you both are asking for, is this something that can be amended or included in the EQC's work plan? I'm looking at where to put it, where to fit it in, without it competing with things that are already on our list that I would like to see move forward. So, and I don't know if that's a staff question. Would the same resources be used that are going to look at revising the scope of the CAP, the Climate Action Plan? Are those the same resources that would be used to fulfill the request of Councilmember Dorr and Councilmember Nash?
So I can say that the EQC has been with staff analyzing the strategies of our climate action plan for a few months now, or maybe more than a few months. And so as that project comes to a conclusion, then staff would package up their recommendations and bring that to council. The EQC subcommittee is also interested in the next options for reach codes as well. So that work is underway at the EQC already as well. So is it the same staff involved with both? Yeah, it's our 3 sustainability staff in the city manager's office.
Okay, but it sounds like it'll come, their request will come after the items that are being worked on.
In terms of the request tonight for a reach code study session, that's something that we think we could maybe turn around in a few months and bring back to council after we conduct the research on options and really, especially what other cities are doing, what PCE is offering in terms of examples.
Okay, and PCE supports the county, the entire county, San Mateo County?
Yes, the entire county plus Los Banos.
Okay, I think for me, what may have been a little bit more helpful is if we had a little report out sheet. So something just to look at, just to, yeah, that would have been a little bit more helpful to me. And so now the question is, if this moves forward, is this one of the 3 that we would select, or because obviously we wouldn't defer it to goal setting as far as the direction from council?
So if I may, I think the proposal that we have is prioritize staff resources towards this. As the resources are available, as mentioned, it might take several months to do that research and review, to bring back for a study session with the city council to ask questions and engage with it.
Okay, so and then a study session wouldn't come until probably June, July, is my guess.
That sounds about right.
All right. And my last question on this is, would there be any impact if, I don't know, direction, guidance would need to be provided for the environmental justice element? Because my guess is it's the same staff, maybe? Or partially?
Our sustainability staff are involved in reviewing the environmental justice element. There is another component here that our building division is involved with reach codes as well. So, and working with our building official, he would be involved with this effort too. Looking at Deanna, but I think the folks involved with environmental justice element wouldn't necessarily be involved with this.
And would that be true? And this really is the last question. Would that be true also for the safety element? I'm just going for items that are listed on. as
Yeah.
priority.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, I would be supportive of, which one did you say?
A mix of number one and three, where it would come back at the appropriate time.
Okay. So Ms. Herron, what would be the next steps here? We need a motion in a second.
Correct. Thank you, Mayor Taylor.
I will leave that up to Councilmember Dorr and Councilmember Nash.
Let's go ahead and have a motion. And so please go ahead. Okay, a motion to direct staff resources to look into the different reach code electrification options and bring it back for a study session.
I will second that.
Thank you. So I have a motion on the floor by City Councilmember Doris, second by City Councilmember Nash, to direct the city manager to prepare a formal study session staff report for further city council consideration. Any further city council question or discussion?
And this would be sometime during the summer after these other items. I trust. I trust. But we don't need to include that in the motion. Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions or discussion? Seeing none, by roll call vote, City Councilmember Nash,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs,
No.
City Councilmember Willison,
Yes.
City Councilmember Doer,
Yes.
Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes with City Councilmember Combs dissenting. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item J, which is the city manager report. To introduce this item is City Manager Justin Murphy.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to highlight a few things that we've announced recently. So just to kind of bring some heightened attention to that, three separate items. So one is the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. There's an upcoming virtual public meeting next Tuesday, March 19th. And an in-person meeting on Thursday, March 28th. So there's information on the city's website about the Middle Avenue Complete Streets project. So 2 upcoming community meetings there. Also like to amplify the upcoming spring flea market that the Youth Advisory Committee has come and spoken to the council about, that has now been scheduled. It's on Sunday, March 24th from 10 to 2 in the library. And again, more information on the city's website. And then the final item is the city is indeed hiring. There's a number of positions that were just recently released. A couple of them were newly created positions that the city council led. One is the nutrition services coordinator. The second is the emergency preparedness coordinator. So those are 2 new positions that were just added to the salary schedule. And then there's also openings in communications dispatch, construction inspector, police officer. So All those openings are available at menlopark.gov/jobs, and the service that we use for advertising our jobs and listing our jobs is called Cal Ops. But you can get there through menlopark.gov/jobs. So those are just a few things that are upcoming or live right now. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager Murphy. The next item is item K, City Council Member Reports. Are there any reports from City Council members since our February 27th meeting? Thank you. If there are no reports, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.